Champions. Sorry. I was supposed to be on the other scene. I'm still adjusting shit. How you going? That was a bit of a anticlimax, wasn't it? Sorry, I'm new to this streaming thing, but I've only been doing it for 10 years. Jesus, good thing I had my pants on. What's happening? You can hear me loud and clear, all good? Third YouTube chat today. Oh, you guys been bouncing around. So yeah, I got up early for Lyle's stream. Then he only streamed for a bloody hour, but it's alright, he's got stuff to do. Let me just fix some stuff, bits and pieces. Compressor makeup gain's probably a bit heavy. Let's drop that back a bit. Alright, am I still peaking a bit there? Let's have a listen and find out. Nah, sounds alright. So, what's happening? I was going to stream after Lyle, but I thought he was going to be finishing at 7. So I had to race down here an hour earlier than expected. Because, yeah, I was planning to just do the graceful switch over from 7 a.m. when he finishes streaming over here till, well, from 4 a.m. till 7 a.m. So whenever you see me in the chat, just know that I got up at 4 a.m. It's a windy, rainy Sydney today. Pretty, moderate temps in the like 15 degree range, I think. That's what it felt like anyway. So let me start by saying, Dry July champions. I'm doing Dry July again. Asking an Australian to not drink a drop of alcohol for a month is a pretty hefty task. We're all fucking alcoholics down here. But yeah, I'm participating in Dry July to raise funds for the Dry July Foundation. So here's the link, donation link. If you'd like to chuck a couple of bucks in the hat, I'd greatly appreciate that. It's also in the description. If people are watching this back and the chat hasn't processed yet, it often takes 24 hours for the chat to appear in the playback of the live stream. So there's the link in the description. Let me tell you about these champions. So, desk share, there we go. Here's what you'll find when you click the link. We've raised $794.29, so I must have got one recently. Derek, thank you, champion. RJ, here's all the legends that have already donated, and there's the messages I'll write back to every one of them. I haven't written back to Derek yet because that happened overnight, but he gave me $106.76. So he has covered the fees, the transaction fees and stuff, so good on him. Bloody champion. So, fundraising. Let's have a look at funded projects. So, here's all the projects they fund. Here's the people that have benefited from it. My mum herself has benefited from these guys when she went through breast cancer treatment. And so we know on the ground that it actually works. Here's all their specs. Since 2008, they've raised $103.5 million. Holy. And if you go back to my page, you can see down here all the years that I participated. So 2020, I think I was going to, but in 2020, that was during COVID lockdowns. We're pretty much all spent our time drinking. So I thought maybe I'll join the year after, but then 2021 ended up just as bad lockdowns wise. But raised, oh, there you go, it's got to pop up, you can click that. 2021 raised 1,400, 2022 raised 500. Not sure what happened there. I think everyone was a little bit recovering from the COVID economically thing. Then in 2023 we came back with a vengeance, 2575. That's the second highest yet. 2024, 1395. And then in 2025, last year, was the highest so far, 2722. So I don't know if we're going to beat that because the economy's looking a little bit unstable at the moment, thanks to a certain orange pedophilic rapist. But 2722, if we can beat that, I was thinking, champions, if we can raise $5,000, maybe I'll shave off my beard. What do you think? I do have a jaw under there, believe it or not. Most guys grow a beard to hide the fact they've got no jaw or no chin, but I do have a rather strong jawline, so it seems like a bit of a waste sometimes to have a beard, but I do make up for it with my beard's ferocity, so all the hair went from north down to south. So, but yeah, if you could chuck a couple of bucks in the hat, there is somewhere on here. Oh, you can buy me a golden ticket too, which means I get a day of drinking. But I've had several golden tickets given to me over the time, and I haven't used them. I figure if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it properly. Who we help down here is all the campaign beneficiaries. So you can go through all of these and figure out what they're all about. Let's just choose a random one. Canteen Australia. Helps young adult cancer survivors advance their education and offer career support. So there's a big pause in your life when you've got cancer, as I'm sure many people viewing have either experienced it or someone they know or family or friend has experienced it. Your life goes on hold pretty much the whole time, partially because of the emotional impact, but also the time required for treatment and the recovery, just the fact you feel like you got hit by a truck after chemo and various other treatments as well. So these guys will help them catch up, basically. So to read through, you can see the people who've helped and the stories behind it. The one I donated to personally, I think last year, was the breast cancer one. Can't find it right now. Of course I can't. It's in there somewhere. But yeah, you can look through and see all of them individually. If you've personally been affected by one particular thing or helped by a particular beneficiary, then you can donate directly to them when you start the account. I haven't done that. I did that one year when Mum had breast cancer. I actually chose to donate to Dry July, and then they divvy it up so everyone gets a bit of my fundraising efforts. So that's what I've chosen this year, just to split it up between them. They figure out who needs what, and they distribute it accordingly. But yeah, it's a great thing. If you can chuck a couple of bucks in, that'd be friggin-tastic. Anyway, shameless plugs there. Let's catch up on the chat. You even subscribed. You subscribed to me? Thanks, Timothy Ziegler. I figure if I pester Brad enough one day, he'll let me send him an amp from the US. That has so many caveats right now, Robbie. It's not getting it to me that would be the difficult part. It's getting it back. I'd have to pretty much pay 10% of the market, or 10, 25, who fucking knows. This week he's decided that we employ slave labor or some fucking horseshit because his little minions have found some little loophole law that they can pull out of the fucking filing cabinet that hasn't been used for 50 years and use that to penalise us because we don't support some shit that he wants to do. So we could be up for another 20 or another 12.5% on top of the 10%, so 22.5% tariff. So I'd have to pay, me personally, before I can ship your amp back to you, 22.5% of the market value of the amplifier. So fuck that. Won't be doing that. Won't be sending anything to the US unless, like I did with the CE distribution, they organised all the tariffs and everything. I won't be even entertaining sending anything to the States until sanity is somewhat restored, which may never happen in our lifetime. Who knows? Won't last forever, champions. It's going to end eventually. When the big figurehead finally eats his last Big Mac and chokes on it, I think they'll struggle to keep the momentum that they've had, particularly because there's no public support for what they're doing. There's just a minority of cult member brainwashed lunatics that are propelling all this stuff. So eventually things will go back to how they were, not how they were, hopefully better than they were. I think a lot of people have become a lot more progressive because of the things that have happened in the last, let's face it, 10 years plus. And I think a lot of people, once you open up the old brain box and figure out how stuff's actually working, you can't go back. You can't go back. You're aware of what the world's like much more than you were before, and a lot of people have done a lot more groundwork on figuring out that stuff. So once they've done that, there's no going back, and I think those people will consistently become more progressive. Progressive, not regressive. Why would you want to regress back into your little shell, going back into your womb? We need to move forwards, champions. The world's a big place with a lot of demands. We need to cater to all of them where possible, instead of hoarding wealth like a lunatic. So until that sorts itself out, I won't be shipping anything to the States, unfortunately. So, and if you don't like that, this isn't the channel for you. And there's plenty of other chud channels where you can go and hang out with the hogs and eat the slop. So go and hang out there, because there's no shortage of channels that will cater for you. This is not one of them. Timothy, I bet it would be amazing. I'm pleased with the basement from Mojo Tone. But I think you mean Baseman. Autocorrect got you on that one. From Mojo Tone I built, but now I want to learn the house. And why is these? I think you've got to turn off autocorrect there, Timothy. I'm finding it hard to pass what you're saying. Robbie, how you going, legend? I hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, it's a good weekend. I've just been working all weekend. We worked from 6 till 5 yesterday. Then went home and did some video editing and some invoicing and some quotes. Went to bed at 10:30, 11 o'clock, and up at 4:30 a.m. to watch Livestream, and then come down and stream to you legends. Today, we're gonna go and see my mate in the city, who's actually from Queensland, but he's been down for a month for dealing with some family dramas, and I'm gonna steal him away for lunch because he's been absolutely devastated by stuff that's happened, and I want to get him out, and even though I can't have a beer with him, I can have a non-alcoholic beer with him, and get him away for lunch and get his mind off things for a bit. So we're going to the city for lunch, and we've got to find some nice restaurants, maybe somewhere, maybe see if there's a little yakiniku place around and we can charcoal some meat. That'd be fantastic. So does Brad have or work out of a music store? Middle pickup. Yes, I do. What you see behind me is a music store. bradsguitargarage.com.au. You can see the stuff that I sell. We're about to expand our range where we might be getting AKG in the shop, champions, as well as I want to do radial DIs. Sigma guitars might be a new one coming up, as well as JBL, some select stuff from JBL, and we've pretty much secured a dealership for Fishman, and this has all happened in the last month or so. So we're going to be expanding our range quite a bit and have some good stuff from some good companies. Fishman's an awesome company. Their support has been incredible. From me, just a dickhead down the road, they don't know anything about me. For like $60, they send me a whole new main board for one of their Fishman amps. So any company that's happy to do that, I'm happy to do. It's not so much the quality of components these days, because everything's built down to a price unless you're looking at the high-end stuff. What matters is the support. So when you're talking solid state stuff, everything's Class D these days. Everything's surface mount. It is what it is. But if you can get replacement parts for them, I'm more than willing to deal that brand, particularly if the parts aren't exorbitant. Hey everyone, just came here from live stream. Cheers from Istanbul. That's awesome, man. If you can subscribe to us, I really want to expand my global reach, and the language barrier is a big one, because being Australian, some English speakers don't even understand what the fuck I'm trying to say. But yeah, I'd really like to get some tendrils out and just form some networking in Asia as well. India, Japan, China, and Indonesia as well. A lot of stuff's getting built there these days, so it'd be great to have some techs over there that we can refer people to as well. I don't think that automatic translating on YouTube is good enough yet that people can frictionlessly watch my content from those countries and understand exactly what's happening. Pardon me, Jesus. What am I doing? I just slamming down a coffee, champion, sorry. Excuse me. And it'd be great to have some more contacts in those places. We've got a lot in Europe. Probably I could do with more in Europe, to be honest. We've got some in Switzerland and Sweden, a lot in the US and the UK, and even Scotland. Ireland, I think we're a bit thin on the ground. I know there's some techs in Ireland. I know there's some pretty decent music happening there. But I just globally champions. I want a big network of techs that we can refer people to and that we can send bits and pieces to and help out where we can. Usually try to do dry January. Yeah, recovery after the holiday period. I suppose it'd be pretty hard over there where it's winter in January. Over here it's summer. So we've got like Christmas. Really, January is like a write-off, complete write-off month. Because like we've got Christmas and then everyone's on holidays for 2 weeks into January. And then you got Australia Day on the 26th, and that's usually a couple of days off around a weekend. It's not really till February everyone actually gets back into work. Dealing with other companies and stuff, they often shut down for quite a bit over that period, and it's hard to get parts and whatever. You missed my dry July soda pop tasting videos from a few years ago. Well, Robbie, if you stick around today, mate, I've got a very special one to do on stream. I mean, I can drink beer for breakfast if it's not alcoholic, right? It still feels a bit weird, but no, not the beard. Do not shave the beard. You should dye the beard a funny colour. Do it. Bleach it like as white as it can be, like Fred Durst style, and then go like bright blue or bright pink or something. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? You lost your mum to throat cancer. Oh, man. And your beautiful wife is a breast cancer survivor. Well, you know what I'm doing it for then. Robbie, you're a patient. Oh, you are patient, right? Sorry, I thought you were saying you are. Oh, Jesus, you have me worried. It's 4 a.m. going back to bed. Yeah, fair enough, that sock monkey. Fair enough. So you must be over on the West Coast then. How are things on the West Coast? You know that Interpol song? Crazy thing is that Australia is cucked to USA. You guys host our Intel ops like good soldiers. Yeah, that's the problem. It'd be great to see Pine Gap shut down. That'd be a very aggressive... See, everyone knows that you're powerful, and that's what sucks. I wish everyone would just all at the same time tell you all to get fucked. That'd be great. Agree 100%, Brad. I hope things get better sooner rather than later. Man, Robbie, it can't keep going the way it is, so it's going to stop at some point, and... me being the age I am and a lot of you guys being the age you are, hopefully we're still around to see it, and it's going to be glorious. It's going to be glorious. I know the old teabag's just a symptom of the rot. He's not the actual rot, but he's also their figurehead, and when the figurehead goes down, often the movement does too, so that'll be interesting to see how it develops. You're in Colombia, South America. You know what, Timothy Ziegler? Colombia is where my sales rep for those brands I just mentioned comes from. And I had a chat about what life was like over there. He still goes over there from time to time. Yeah, I reckon I'd love to go to South America. It would be so good to see. I'd love to... I love getting in the back streets, champions. I love seeing how people live. I don't like seeing the touristy stuff. You know, Michelle loves that shit. Tick it off the list, but I like seeing the back streets and the everyday, day-to-day, you know, the workers, how they live and the traditional stuff they do. And I reckon that's learning about the actual culture, not the culture that's put up there on the pedestal. You know, this is what life is like here. Is it really? Walk down this street. Oh, don't walk down there. No, well, I want to fucking walk down there and see what life's like. Maybe not if I get shot, but you know. Brad, what do you think about the Basement 135? Just pick one up. Sounds great with the Jazzmaster and pedals. Man, they're really good amps. Guitar owner. Very, very specific name there. The 135s, they're an ultra linear output stage, and that gets a lot of trash talk off traditionalists, but there's nothing wrong with it. If you're after a nice, clean, big sound, it still breaks up. A lot of the breakup you hear in Fenders is from the preamp, not from the output stage. If you put a pre-phase inverter master volume in like a Fender Twin, you'll realize how much of the breakup is actually coming from the preamp. The Bassman 135 being a 70s Silverface amp, you may have issues with conductivity on the board. Now, I always get these things in where all the coupling caps have been replaced. Those blue or brown chiclet looking caps, they almost never fail. So the previous techs and all the techs around here, a lot of them have probably already done this like 10 plus years ago, just replace them all with orange drops. And what is the actual culprit is not the caps themselves, but the board. So when they heat the board up to remove the existing caps that they think are leaking, because they're detecting voltages on the output side of the cap where they shouldn't be, when they heat the eyelets up and remove that cap, their soldering iron has temporarily heated up and desiccated that area of the board. It's not desiccated, that's the wrong term, but it heated up and dehydrated that area of the board. And then when they put the new cap in, the leakage is gone or drastically reduced. And what they've actually done is temporarily removed moisture from probably the, 5 millimeter perimeter around that eyelet temporarily. So the amp goes away. The bias excursion issues of the preamp stages are gone. Well, I shouldn't say excursion either. It's a static thing. It's just leakage, DC leakage. Excursion implies something related to the signal swing. But the point being, the problem has gone away. Everyone thinks happy days, everything's sorted. A couple of weeks later, the moisture redistributes through the board to even itself out, and the problems come back again. The previous tech wipes their hands off it and says, it's out of warranty, too bad. And you've got an amp with non-original caps that didn't have to be that way. So look back on my channel, you'll see several Silverface restorations. You'll see the effort we've gone to make it really good, bulletproof. And that's kind of what needs to be done if it's been stored in a humid environment. If you live in a naturally sort of dry area, you probably don't have any of these problems at all. So enjoy your amp. Some of the components in the phase inverter were scaled by 1/3. So instead of a 1 meg, they'll have a 330K. They scaled all of those components in the phase inverter except the input cap to the phase inverter. They scaled that by 1/10. So they divided it by 10. Multiplied it by 10, reduced the values of the resistors by 3, divided by 3. So if you multiply that cap by 3 instead of 10, you'll get rid of the woofiness and the strange response that the Silverfaces are kind of maligned for, and you'll get back to that sort of frequency response to the blackface Fenders without having to redo the whole thing. You just change one cap, you don't have to change every value in the phase inverter. So once you know that little trick, you can snap your fingers, change one component, and you're back to traditional Fender sounding amp. If you don't like the ultralinear, you can just disconnect that. You'll go back to about 100 watts in that situation, because the ultralinear does give a little bit of extra headroom. It's pretty crazy the way ultralinear output stages work. I suggest reading about it. It's more than I can go into here. But they're really good amps. Silverface Fenders, as long as they've been stored in a dry environment, because the baffle itself is made out of chipboard, and particularly on amps like the Supers, which have very small webs between the speakers because there's 4 of them on the baffle, the baffles can really fall apart and become like Wheat Bix, which is a breakfast cereal over here, which I should have had some this morning because my belly's rumbling. But yeah, if I was a gigging musician, and who the fuck's going to pay me to play guitar, at least at the moment, a couple of weeks of practice and I could probably do a gig. But a Silverface, probably a deluxe reverb, or a Vibrolux would be awesome. If you're talking heads, like the Bassman heads, you could have that amp for life. It'd be like an heirloom amp that you could have forever, and with minimal maintenance once you've gone to the effort of doing all that work, which is why the people do it here. Everyone goes, oh, that's worth more than the amp. It's like, yeah, but now the amp is worth more than a lot of other amps on the market for half the price. You know, you can pick up these things sometimes for like $500. throw about $1,500 worth of work at it. For $2,000, you got an amp that'll last you forever. Excuse me, I've had a bit of a cluggy throat. Schmerler, how you going, brother? What's happening? RJ here. 5150, I haven't seen that in your name before. Is that new? RJ Schmerler here is a renowned amp builder. Builds them for Nickelback, builds them for all sorts of legends. I bought a Drip Edge Dual Showman Reverb. It might be a 69 since it doesn't have the front panel black lines. Does it have the board wax? I think it probably does, yeah. Look, the board wax isn't a foregone conclusion either. It's a matter of how many times the amp's been power cycled and what environments it's been power cycled in. So when the amp warms up, the wax softens. In some areas of the board probably even turns liquid, right? And then all the dust, all the environmental schmoo that's floating around the atmosphere sticks to that wax. Turn the amp off, the wax cools. You turn it on again next night, it happens again. That happens over and over, and you get this microscopic layering of contamination throughout the wax. The wax is a great idea, and it did work for its purpose when it was made, but they didn't foresee these things 50 years down the road, right? And if you clean off the majority of the wax, clean the boards with alcohol. I depopulate the whole boards if the budget allows. Otherwise, there are some problem areas in particular that cause most of the issues. But by the time amps have come to me, they're very, very rarely stock amps. They're usually so heavily modified that I kind of want to do a whole, not gut and rebuild, but a whole very comprehensive rebuild on the amp. There's burns, there's old flux, there's questionable components, there's melted wires, there's all sorts of burns and horrible shit going on. So I like to just start with a clean slate. A lot of people ask me, why don't you just put a new board in there? The main reason being a lot of the silver face boards don't have the same layout as the black face ones. So you sort of bend it over backwards. Do you go to a full blackface configuration? Do you stick halfway between the two? Do you punch more eyelets? Do you make a custom board to replace it? At the end of the day, once you've taken it out, bit of heat on some paper towel. I've got the hot air gun here, so it's pretty easy. And then soak that overnight in alcohol. I take it home then and then bake it in the oven at about 50, 60 degrees Celsius for 12 hours. And once you've done that, A-okay. I'm usually baking boards of some description anyway. When I put the Marshall boards through the ultrasonic, I take them home and bake them in the oven for 12 hours. So I'm usually doing a cycle of that maybe once every couple of weeks anyway. So it's no skin off my nose. Plus it makes me feel like I'm a chef cooking up amps, literally. Hey Brad, I was wondering what you think of implementing power scaling into cathode biased amps like the AC30 with its 4 EL84s. Tube killer in the long run or not? Well, no, probably the opposite. But you're going to have a pretty anemic sounding amp because your biasing won't be scaling along with your power scaling. So that's the biggest problem I see in these amps. A lot of guys will add the London power scaling or whatever, but your bias isn't tracking it. I have seen pretty complicated power scaling circuits where the bias does track it, or you'll have, for example, in the Marshall DSL, the current DSL series, DSL100C, I think it is. No, it's DSL100H because it's a head format. They have two settings. It's not a continuous pot adjustment. It's a switch. And when you flick the switch, it'll drop your output stage and your phase inverter node and screen node to a lower voltage, but all your preamp voltages will stay the same. So your preamp response will be similar and the output stage will scale. But being a fixed bias amp, if they left the bias voltage where it is, now you're going to be cold as a crab. You're going to have hella crossover distortion when you're in the low power mode. So what they do is they switch the bias at the same time, and that maintains an optimal dissipation on the output stage. So you're still dissipating around 50, 60% or whatever, 50%-ish. But now you've got a lower B+, which means your signal swings less. So that's a pretty cool way they've done it. And other than the It sounds a little bit harsh, that amp, a little bit too top heavy. You could dial that out pretty easily with some quick mods, but a lot probably to do with the negative feedback circuit. They do have a strange resonance control on that one, which is like an artificial resonance where they use a gyrator in the negative feedback, which is an interesting way of doing it. The two biggest issues with that amp, I'm going on a tangent, the two biggest issues with that amp is they haven't kept their margins big enough between high and low voltage areas, and there is a glue that becomes corrosive and conductive as it heats up and ages. So a lot of the DSLs are starting to come in with board shorts and failures, crackling, all sorts of issues due to that glue leaking voltages and eating tracks, eating through the solder mask. And yeah, if you get on that early and you remove all the caps, all the large mass components which they use that glue to bond to the board, if you remove those parts, remove the glue, sometimes even replace the same part, but while you're in there, you may as well upgrade them to a known value like a Nichicon or a Jamicon, all the cons, and you can get that amp pretty reliable. Then you're just at battle with the low quality pots and just the few circuit choices that make it a little bit more of a top end aggressive amplifier. But yeah, I went on a tangent there. No one asked about the DSL series. So, long story short, with the AC30, I'd just... with the AC30s, they have, depending on the model, some of them have a post-phase inverter master volume anyway. And the biggest issue with them is they just bias them a bit hot, like sometimes as high as like 150%. So you burn through your EL84s pretty quick, and everyone's like, oh, you know, they do that because they sound the best. It's like, yeah, but not everyone is Brian May that has an unlimited budget. People don't want to see their valves burning out every 6 months and causing damage to the amp when they go short circuit or causing issues at a gig. So what I like to do is maybe just trim the bias resistor by a little bit, maybe 20% or so, to cool the bias a bit there. But the big one is the screen grid resistance. So a lot of the more modern ones will have like 470 ohm. I like to pop it up to like 1.5k on the screen grids of the EL84s. And that really makes them, like, I've got amps out there which I did this to 5 years ago and they're still gigging with it and they're still rehearsing with it. Whereas with the stock amp, how it was, those valves are only lasting 6 to 8 months. So proof is in the pudding, legends. Hard to keep up with all my logins. Oh, have you got a burner account, RJ? Not much of a burner account if you use your name still. Liz Edwards, how you going, legend? Great to see you here. Beautiful wife, capitalized. Just bought a second car for the family. Our truck is in the shop and we really needed a second. She got a 2022 Kia Sorento. I keep thinking of that song Sorrento Moon from the 90s. Whenever someone mentions Kia Sorento. One of my good customers here just bought one of their Kia, I don't know what the model name is, but one of the electric cars. And heaps of my customers are buying electric cars, man. Electric cars here have hit 30%. So every third car you see on average is an electric, either a hybrid or a full EV these days. So if there's one thing the fuel crisis has caused, a lot of people have taken up electric vehicles, and I think that's one of the few good things from it. Do master volumes work well in the AC30s? I love the tone of my AC30/6 TV, but practice and smaller gigs would benefit from lower volumes. Yeah, so master volumes do work well in AC30s. You can go post-phase inverter if you want. The current model AC30CC2, I think it is, they have a master volume built in, and it's a very good sounding one. Even the AC15 hand-wired I've got here has a master volume, and it works really well. You could use, if you wanted to maintain that whole sound of the thing, you could use an attenuator, being a 40, 50 watt amp. Excuse me. The AC30s do punch out quite a few watts above 30 when you're breaking them up. They would benefit from a attenuator. You'd be able to get those volumes without modifying the amp, And yeah, happy days. Or just sell that one and get one that's got the master volume already built in. The AC30-6 TV. If it is an old school one, you probably want to hang on to it, in which case I'd probably suggest going the attenuator route, because you probably don't want to modify that anyway if it's a vintage one. Yes, I've heard that too about the new DSL versions. Yeah, Max Mustard Man. I love the names. I love everyone's names. Max Mustard Man. What kind of mustard do you like, Max Mustard Man? I like hot English, or on a steak I like seeded mustard myself personally. But yeah, I don't like that squeezy bottle shit from the US. It's just Dijon, really. Yeah, it's a shame. We thought Marshall had sort of had a pretty good price versus performance first feature set amp with that lot, but as soon as I saw the brown glue on the first one I serviced, I'm like, I think this could be a Achilles heel in this series. Robbie, Brad, oh, there's a lot of names there. Robbie, Brad, Chris from Rift Amps talked about heater buzz, or was it hum? Can't remember, on his recent JMP video. Can you please explain? My Sin 20/JMP sure seems to have a crazy noise floor. I haven't watched that video yet. I think I've seen that JMP's been restoring. I've been meaning to catch up on that, but been so busy. And I reckon, yeah, well, heater buzz is generally caused by a lack of balancing in the heater. The heater also can commutate noise from the HT. Sorry, the other way around. The HT can get noise from the heater. Well, no, both ways. So if you've got a DC heater in the circuit, that can generate more noise than it solves in the preamp. But the HT rectification noise from the switching of the diodes can find its way into the heater circuit as well, and then couple to the audio. So there's a few ways around that. You can use snubbers. You can also use, I just forgo the snubbers and just go with a fast acting diode. So I use the UF 4007 on the HT instead of the 1N 4007, 4007. That tends to work really well. There's a great detail chapter in both the designing preamps for guitar and bass, as well as the designing power amplifiers. Designing power supplies for valve amplifiers, I think it's called, by Merlin Blencow. I'm pretty sure Lyle mentioned him in today's stream as well. He goes into great detail on how to get rid of that buzz. But the other thing is, you can cancel that out more often than not just with really good heater balancing. Now, if you use the center tap of your heater, if you do have one, your heater winding, if you use a center tap grounded like most amps do, because it's simple, cheap and easy, those windings are wound to balance the voltage either side of that center tap. So it should be the same amount of windings either side. However, to get the same voltage output doesn't necessarily mean you've got the same DC resistance on either side of that, because if your inner coils are a smaller diameter and you've got less wire there, and your outer coils are a larger diameter and they've got more wire there, so the outer windings, if it isn't a what we call bifilar winding, your outer windings are going to have more resistance, DC resistance, than the inner ones. So that can cause imbalance on basically the loading of that output. So what we do is, well, what I do is I lift the center tap and just tape it off, or not tape it off, heat shrink it off and tie it off. And I'll recreate that balance from either side of the heater with two 100 ohm resistors, which are 1/2 watt and fusible. Now, I've seen a lot of amplifiers where people use like 3 watt resistors there. That means if you do have an HT, so high voltage to heater short, those resistors will still maintain a lot of that current rather than going open circuit in a graceful fashion. So I use fusible resistors, and I only rate them at 1/2 watt. So if anything happens, they go open like that, and they don't cause damage to the transformer. So that's one way to do it. You've probably seen the heater balance, the hum balance adjustment on the back of some older Fenders, and maybe even on trim pots on like the Marshall reissue series. They've got that little blue trim pot which loves to catch fire for aforementioned reasons. That fine-tunes the heater balance and gets it bang on. So you adjust it until you get the least amount of noise, where the noise nulls out, and then you leave it there. I don't like doing that. I like using the 100 ohms, and if there's still excessive noise, you can use a pot temporarily to dial in the resistance until you find the two resistors which are the same value as the pot when you've adjusted it for the minimum noise, or a multiple of which. We're just talking the ratio between the two sides of the heater windings. So say you've got 120 and 100 ohms, and that's or say for example you got a 100 ohm hum balance pot from a Fender, and you adjust it, and one side's 40 ohms and the other side is like 60 ohms. So you could go up to like 56 and 39. Sorry, the other way around. Doing math in my head. You could double them, so you could be like 120 ohms on one side and like 90 whatever on the other. You know, you can scale them, is what I'm trying to explain very poorly. It's all about the ratio between the two. You want to hit around that 100 ohm mark so that the resistors aren't dissipating too much, but they are still low enough impedance that they have an effect. In the case of Chris's amp, I dare say it could be caused also by the not very optimal grounding in the factory Fender amps. But yeah, if you've got a JMP with crazy noise floor, could be caused by so much stuff. That's why it sucks when people come in with ChatGPT fucking diagnoses. Oh yeah, it says I've just got to change the valves. No, it's probably not that. It could be, but it's probably not. There's noise and hum can be caused by almost any component in the amplifier, either being the wrong type, failing, not being connected properly. It can be caused by wires being arranged wrong. It can be caused by your ground scheme not being great, caused by pot failure, jack failure, valve just not very good valves, like the preamp valves can just hum for no reason. Hum and noise can be caused by literally every single component in your fucking amp, even the transformers, your fucking power lead, everything. So you really need to narrow it down. There's good articles on this. So Rob Robinette's page, he's got a troubleshooting article, and I'll see if I can find that right now for you. Troubleshooting, and also my man Rod Elliott. Has a more general one on general electronics rather than valve specific, which I think is good because it teaches you sort of the fundamentals of troubleshooting rather than a blinkered tube amp focused one. So that's the two links there. Check them out. They're really good pages. They're great to just read through, and also just keep reading through, like for revision, because you forget about some stuff when you even in my situation, I'm like, I'll be going down a rabbit hole on some fault, and because I haven't brushed up on the, done my revision and kept reading stuff, I've missed something that I could have picked up straight away if I just thought of it. But great articles, read through them, reread through them. They're fantastic. There's a new e-truck brand here in the US that caught my eye. Slate. $25K for a base model. Damn. Is that one of those Chinese ones? Is that the real cut down Chinese one where like you can buy a whole new panel and just clip it on yourself if you have a crash? I've heard about them. They're fantastic. There's no reason, champions, that we can't make shit that's repairable. The only reason that they are making shit that's not repairable is because they are rent seeking. They want consistent money out of you. You can't just buy a product and have a product anymore. Like like, you know, your old pedestal fan or something. You buy it, it's yours, and it lasts for 50 fucking years. Or refrigerators, right? Everything needs to fail within 3 years, or these companies won't have anything to sell you for the next 3 years, right? So that's a choice by these manufacturers, and they're all doing it now because they realize that's the only way to be competitive with the other guys, is to consistently seek rent and bleed you dry. Some of these car manufacturers are starting to realize that if people just have a simple car that doesn't beep at you and doesn't have any features but fucking just runs, people are going to buy that over everything else. Like tractors, fucking John Deere. Why don't, if someone could make a well, if someone could build a company out of shit that just doesn't have any fucking intelligence, just a dumb fucking motor with maybe some basic PLC stuff, people would buy the living fuck out of that if they could just fucking get parts and not have to deal with it. But problem is these companies are protected by the governments because they get kickbacks from these companies. So these lobbyists will constantly lobby. Imagine being a politician and having, literally in Parliament, these fuckers are allowed to just walk around Parliament without having any official fucking, you know, qualifications or anything, and just pester politicians 24/7, right, to get whatever they want. Eventually, the politicians are just like, fucking fine, just have it, shut up, leave me the fuck alone. So that's how these pieces of shit entrench their dodgy companies by just constantly lobbying. Lobbyists shouldn't be allowed in Parliament. They should be treated like any other public member, a public member of the public, you know, any public citizen, and not be allowed to walk the halls of Parliament. That's fucked up that they're allowed to. They've got to change that. It's so much better here than the US too, like, and it's bad enough here how it is. And that's, if you're wondering why shit happens, it all goes back to capitalism, man. It's capital. The whole reason the world is going the way it is because we're starting to hit the edges of what capitalism can get away with, and it's like a cornered animal. And unfortunately, we're around to see the end of it. It would have been nice to be born about 30 years earlier, 40 years earlier, maybe 50 years earlier. But yeah, it's not getting better anytime soon, and it's all in the name of constant rent seeking. It's shit, and it's got to stop. All right, Rift heater hum convo. Jesus. It's heater hum from the ground scheme, balancing, and some other microphonics. He changed the grounding scheme. There you go, boom. So ground scheme. The Marshalls, even the classic Marshalls, they didn't have the best ground scheme, to be honest. Grounding on the back of pots is a bit shit. And you want to steer those return currents in a more optimal way. Hi, the Earth Starground versus your own system to avoid hum. The Starground doesn't really work for a complete amp. It'll work for a preamp. Excuse me, got a massive burp. There you go, I didn't think you want to hear that one. Oh, damn it, there's another one snuck through. So yeah, if you've got the main ground for the center tap of your HT tied to the same point as your preamp, all those return currents from the massive pulses from the reservoir capacitor, if you look at the peak current pulses required to keep a reservoir capacitor charged right after the rectifier, they are insanely high peak current pulses. And because the chassis and the wire doesn't have a zero resistance, everything's got a resistance above absolute zero, except for superconductors, of course. Those return currents make the ground fluctuate slightly, and that fluctuation finds its way into the ground of your preamp, and then that fluctuation finds its way into your signal. So if you can keep those grounds as far away from the return current of that transformer to rectify a reservoir cap circuit, then you're keeping that ground away from that very dirty area of the amp. So what you want to do is keep the loop as small as possible where there's heavy current. So that is first the reservoir capacitor and the rectifiers back to the center tap of the power transformer. And the same thing applies for valve rectifiers, less so. They don't tend to switch as aggressively as silicon, but same principle. You want to keep that that circuit as small as possible for those heavy return currents. You got to think of in terms of return currents. The next node is the one that has the speaker return currents, because the speaker circuit is the second highest current circuit in the entire amp. You got to remember that. You've got your heater is your highest current, lowest voltage but highest current, and your next highest current is your speaker output, particularly if you're on the 4 ohm tap. So I like to think of it as 3 grounds generally. You've got your reservoir cap ground, which is grounded as close as possible with as short a wire loop as possible to the center tap of the output transformer, and fixed to the chassis pretty close to the transformer. The second ground is I go everything that's got common mode rejection, and I loop the speakers into that one as well because it's got heavy return currents. So the common mode rejection of the the screen grid currents and the phase inverter ground node, and I tie the presence cap to that as well. I have that on a second ground, probably sort of in a Marshall, probably another 4 to 5 inches away from that first grounding point. And those 2 grounds are completely isolated, so you don't have any ground loops through the board. So if you've got to cut traces, you've got to cut traces, right? So you find that on a lot of the Vox amps. They'll have massive ground loops. And then the last ground is a preamp ground, so everything else gets grounded up near the input jack. There's various reasons for that, mainly if you're plugging into other equipment, it reduces the loop area. And again, Merlin Blencow goes over this in multiple books. The one he goes over it most detailed in is the power supply book, and he also covers it pretty decently in the designing preamps for guitar and bass book. So get those books if you haven't already. They can go into much more detail than I can. Looks like that book was only published physically. Yeah, it is only published physically, so it doesn't get copied and distributed illegally. It's now out of print because he's about to bring out the new one. So sit tight for that one, middle pickup. That's the power supply one. Should I consider one of those brown box devices for use with my old Fender head? Never owned a vintage amp before. Depends on your wall voltage and what transformer it's got. It depends what vintage it is too. If it's designed for 110 volts, and these days you'd be running around 120, officially 117, but about 120, you probably actually need to measure your wall voltage and find out if you do need one. But the other thing you can do, and if you're not a tech, don't do this, but if you are experienced, measure your heater voltage in your amp. HT fluctuates widely with bias adjustment and whatever, but yeah, HT should be pretty bang on 6.3 volts. If it's massively out, what you want to do is trim your mains voltage until that hits 6.3 volts, and then you can trim your bias to suit that accordingly, and then you got everything set, right? It's a bit tricky when you're on the road, but if you are consistently getting high voltages, chances are your power transformer might be wired for 110 volt. If it's a real vintage, if it's a later vintage one, you probably have voltage selection on there anyway, so you could probably adjust that. Yeah, it's a case-by-case basis. Hard to give you definitive advice on that. Good morning, sir. Hang on. Good morning, sir. The 0.01 microfarad capacitor on V6 pin 2. I've been reading that if I lower that value on the twin reverb 100 watt master volume push full circuit, that cleans the bass. True. Yeah. So you want to go for 0.0033 microfarad. So 3.3 nanofarad. And you'll find that bass is more in line with The traditional fender. I should probably confirm that. I'm very bad with orders of magnitude. I get stuff out by like by an order of magnitude when I quote stuff. So just double check that. That's the general concept. Let me confirm that for you. Hello, thanks for all the flux advice on Discord. Ah, bam. Thanks, Max Powers. You legend. Welcome to the club. Member for 22 months. You legend. Almost 2 years. Sorry, Brad, watching England versus Norway. Nice. That's all right. I so agree. I have a refrigerator that's 70 years old and still works on propane. Propane fridges are crazy. So are kerosene fridges. I'm like, as a kid, I was like, how the fuck does lighting a fire make shit cold? And because Dad is a air conditioning mechanic, I guess you call that what do you call that over there? You call it something weird. VAC? No, AC something. You guys call it something weird. HVAC. You call it HVAC. So he explained to me that the kerosene heats like a bulb that has a refrigerant in it. It boils it, and then it forces it through an orifice. And if you've ever, like if you get, well, you can do it with your hand right now. If you go, your breath's hot, right? But if you go, it's cold because it's decompressed once it's gone through your lips. So that's the same principle with propane and kerosene fridges, where it heats the refrigerant, forces it through a tiny orifice like a little pinhole, and then when it decompresses on the other side, it's colder. It's phase change. And yeah, it's just crazy. Like, you know, if you don't understand it, you're like, how the fuck does it work? So most sane people would go, all right, well, let's research it, figure out how it works. And a lot of people these days are just like, oh, it must be devil technology, or it's cloud seeding, it's fucking it's chemtrails, just because they don't understand fucking high altitude condensation. Fucking, it's like that book burning dipshit from Livestream. If you don't understand something, it must be the devil. Yeah, fucking witch burners. But yeah, it was very interesting to learn about fridges when they work like that. Obviously, there's not many of them around anymore, but out in the bush, you used to get people running kerosene fridges for years after most of them had disappeared, just because they, getting power to certain places was difficult out in the bush. When you say angles and 5150s need work, what does that mean? Maintenance is expected, but are you saying out of the box they need work? What do you think of the EVH stuff? EVH stuff, there's like, let's work our way back. EVH stuff, the Iconic series is some of the worst amplifiers I've ever seen. They barely work from the factory, and they are just so, they've cut every corner. Even the chassis, this metal's so thin. Everything's just, the traces, the copper on the PCB is so thin. They're using transistors that I've never fucking heard of from China that you can't even find a data sheet for. They're using just the cheapest of the cheap shit. They have cut every single corner possible, and they're even failing on the showroom floor before they even get to a customer, and then the customer has it for 6 months and it fails. They just give them a new one. Just the shittest amps ever built. Some of the shittest amps ever built. There's always someone pretty happy to build a shitter amp every year, to be honest. People ask why us techs are so cynical and we seem to just hate every amp. Because everything's shit, man. Everything is getting so bad in terms of manufacturing. It's just insane how many corners people are cutting, these companies are cutting. So the EVH stuff, having said that, the EVH, the larger format heads, or the non-Iconic series, I should say, built by Fender, FMIC, not too bad. I haven't seen too many. The EVH 5153s were pretty good. I didn't mind them. Pardon me, I don't know what's wrong with me today. Jesus. The Engels have extremely thin HT traces. I don't know why they went that thin. So if you have a HT failure, it can burn the board and vaporize those traces pretty easily. Also, all the boards are upside down. A lot of techs just fucking are horrified by that. I think it's not the end of the world. You can still desolder components and let them drop out and replace them on the top of the board, a bit like some of the Mesa series. But I prefer to just lift the board and have a look and make sure everything's good. Engels are good because they use F&T capacitors generally, or Merson now they're called. And I've got to remember that. I keep advising people to use F&T, but I keep forgetting they're now called Merson. But the Engels I like their tone. I think they're good. They're reasonably well built. They do some weird shit, like they'll have ground pins connected to a ground plane without thermal relief, so you have to dump a shit ton of heat into the board to desolder stuff. The 5150s do need work, the original ones, because generally now they're getting pretty old, but they're usually got some dry solder connections on the input jacks, that kind of thing. But they also run the heater supply for the output valves through several connectors which aren't rated for the current, so they love to burn the board. Their diodes are sometimes covered with glue, which makes them not allow heat dissipation, so they burn the glue and then the glue starts burning the board and going conductive and all sorts of stuff. Their connectors like to corrode. They like tin them, but then the solder that they tin them with likes to corrode, so you need to clean them pretty heavily. The little preamp boards up the back that house all the valves pointing out backwards like to crack all those solder joints on all the sockets and connectors, so you need to reflow all of them, and their pads are super tiny. Trace is very thin, single-sided board on the back there. What else? That's probably it for the original 5150s. The biggest issue with them is they just get abused and not treated very well, so they've usually got spilled beers and stuff on them by the time they come in. Oop, almost tripped over. That would have been good. Here's one I prepared earlier, which I need to get back to work on. This is a combo one. Their pots are only available from people that sell PV parts. They're not generic pots. They're proprietary things with tiny little 4.75mm shafts which love to snap and bend. And as a result, you can't replace their knobs. If their knobs break and fall off, you need to replace them with official PV knobs because they've got 4.75mm spline shafts which aren't readily available. You need to get them from CE Distribution. I don't know anywhere else that sells them. And eventually they'll stop making them and you won't be able to get them. So you won't be able to replace them with a standard pot either because they're a weird form factor and weird pin spacing. So various reasons why you want to probably steer away from them unless you baby them. Or get parts now while they're still available and just hold stock of parts. It won't be cheap. If you get a full set of pots, it's probably going to cost you $150. But if you want to hang on to that thing forever, you probably want to think about doing that now before they run out of stock. Alright, this one's got a stupid construction technique that PV used to love. A bit like the classic 30s. It's got the origami board, which isn't fun. So you can see you can't really access anything down there because it's all hidden away behind the control panel. And if you look closely over here, you can see all the boards are connected via little link pins. You can only bend them so many times before they break. Having said that, the caps in these ones are pretty resilient. They are IC brand, but they're a good IC brand, not the shit ones that Fender made them make. And over here on the power supply board, this ain't your typical 5150 being a combo version, it's a bit different. Over on the power supply board, they've got pretty good quality radials, however they are starting to bulge as well. I do have sets of them ready for replacement, but this is a pretty old amp. So this one's a bit of a weird one. It's not your typical head format. Similar circuit, but But yeah, besides that, the film caps are okay. Single-sided boards aren't great quality, and these connectors are the ones I was talking about where they love to corrode, and they're just everything's just flimsy. But it is what it is. You can generally get them performing pretty well, and they're pretty decent after that. But not only have they got 4.75mm thin shafts, but they also make them out of fucking plastic. What do you think's going to happen? They're going to snap off, aren't they? And that's the knobs that go on them. Not only are they a different shape to the general chicken head, but they've also got that smaller spline shaft size. But they're getting harder to find. As far as I know, there's only a few manufacturers that make them. Only a few vendors that sell them. There's probably only one manufacturer that makes them. And when they stop making them, there won't be any more. So they're the reasons to stay away from them, PV. Besides that, it's got a fuck ton of gain. And I kind of do like the sound of it when you crank the resonance up a bit. It's good for modern metal, deathcore type shit, and hardcore. I've got several customers that swear by it and build a career on it. But essentially, even the sought after ones were built to be cheap amps. That's what it's hard to get through to some people that some amps were designed to be cheap and they just happen to become classics, and that's one of them. Brad, you are now competing with FIFA England versus Norway starting now. Oh, well, good thing I don't give a shit, eh? But hi, Mum. How you going? First comment I've seen from you. I hope I didn't miss any. I've worked with computers for every day for 46 plus years. I do not want one in my car. I don't want one in my amps, and I don't want one on my pedal board. Yeah, everyone that's actually worked with computers knows that they do not want smart bulbs in their house. They don't want fucking smart home. They don't want a smart TV. They just want shit to be dumb. Less to go wrong then. Tractors ain't simple anymore. Most of them you have to pay a maintenance subscription. Your tractor will literally order parts for itself when it thinks it needs them. Yeah, that's right. It's fucked up, Dustin. It's all under the guise of, oh, we're making life easy for you. Yeah, bullshit. The whole right to repair thing is insane. How'd they get away with this shit? Lobbyists. The lobbyists slowly, bit by bit, they're relentless. They wake up every morning with a common goal to suck more money out of you, and they figure out every little finagly, tiny little way they can do it. They are just relentless. They're like fucking termites eating at the substance of the social contract until there's fucking nothing left. They will not stop. They'll never stop until they're made to stop, and we need to make them stop. As a dumb player, I'm trying to figure out which amps to get, but it seems all the popular ones aren't built well, according to Tex. Well, what kind of amp are you after, Flesh? So you're asking the 5150s. Angle, look, I'd be happy with an angle. I'd like the Powerball or the, what's the other head? Small head format, the 50 watter. I'd love one of them, but I am a tech, so I'll just do the work myself. Look, if you're after an amp, like a high gain amp like that, probably look at some of the Bogner stuff. I like the 50 watt Bogner heads. The Hubershall's got some weird shit in it and a pretty crappy clean channel, so I'd stay away from that. I'd just go for a Friedman, man. A Friedman or some of the Sir stuff, the higher gain stuff. Even the Bad Cat old school Lynx 50 was pretty good. Stupid construction like a matchless, but the new one's a PCB. I haven't seen one of them in person yet, so I'm not sure. Or just bloody build one yourself, mate. Then you can say to everyone, look, all amps are shit, so I built my own. Fucking problem solved. Adobe shares are showing that people aren't putting up with the pay-to-use model that they went to. Well, good. I hope they fucking suffer. Which is why John Deere is losing market share to brands that don't do the computer subscription thing. Yeah, good. They should literally be forced out of the market by their actions. Are there still brands not doing it? I would have assumed they all are at this point. Yeah, well, the problem is people see brands like Apple go fucking through the stratosphere in share price, and they all want to do that, so they all just copy them. What do you call it when an amp rumbles like distant thunder mixed with rain? So that, again, could be caused by a lot of stuff. More often than not, it's a preamp valve. I'd just call that crackling, I guess, if you're looking for the actual term. Probably if you go into a local tech, and I assume you're in Baltimore, probably say the amp's crackling. There's low level crackling, thunderstorm noises, and then the tech will be like, oh yeah, righto. So that thunder mixed with rain. So you get the AM radio on a stormy afternoon sound. More often than that, it's a failing preamp valve. It can also be a failing plate load resistor. It can be a whole bunch of stuff. It can be a conductive board, but that's usually the issues that cause that effect. In a small USA victory, John Deere just settled a lawsuit with the Federal Trade Commission this week regarding right to repair, so not every repair has to be performed by dealers at huge markups. Well, that's a small step forwards, but we need to take so many fucking steps that it needs to be a relentless force against them, and you guys all need to fight for it. You need to spread the word. Everyone needs to be aware of it, and there needs to be no resistance. It just needs to be fucking get back in your place. Know your fucking place. That's what when we've got to get a rental car or something, and the car starts beeping at me and telling me to do this and that, I'm like, know your fucking place, car. I want to put my foot down and right foot down, and you just shut the fuck up and go. I don't want to know about fucking this and that. Just don't beep at me. Just fucking do what you're told. That's why as I get older, I love the old bikes that are just a carburetor, a fucking points ignition, and just a fuel tank and two wheels. Well, and a motor. Yeah, that'd help. Did I already say motor? I don't know. But yeah, as you get older, you start liking simpler stuff. I used to think it's like as just a silly old Luddite that doesn't want to know about new tech. It's like, no, we know about the new tech. That's why we want the old tech. We've dealt with the new tech, and we see the pitfalls of it. It's like when people get upset about us commenting about the quality of a particular amp. It's like, we're out there in the trenches for you, legends. We're trying to save you money. We're on your side. And you're giving us shit because we're giving you information for free about stuff to maybe stay away from if you want to save money. I've never understood that mindset. It's just, again, it just goes back to tribalism. We need to get away from that. I mostly play 90s alt punk rock. Most of these guys played modded Marshalls, AC30 and Mercer Mark Rectos. Yeah, I mean, a Recto would do the job. Build quality not great, but I have seen some Rectos that have been abused for and neglected for decades, and they're still kicking. If they don't have some specific faults, they can keep kicking. Otherwise, the board likes to catch fire. A BE100 will definitely cover the Marshalls. VX30 for AC30. A BE100, it won't get you the full-on AC30 jangle. It would on some settings, but you'd have to set it a certain way, and then maybe it wouldn't be as versatile. It's only a 2-channel amp. Another option is going for the Headfirst Alta 100, because he's got a little bit more versatility in that one, and you can, if you are playing covers, you might want to switch rather efficiently between different modes, and that amp's built for that. It's got MIDI control and everything. All right, just got to scroll back up because the stupid fucking thing went to the end. I'm no farmer, but I do live in an area with a large ag sector, so I'm only briefly familiar with what's going on. Yeah, inform yourself, Dustin. Get into it. I used to recommend Lewis Rossman. He's got some pretty contradictory views on some stuff, so I don't know. I'd still recommend him in terms of right to repair, because he does fight the good fight. He's got some strange opinions on some stuff, though. Is Friedman ever going to do a Vox amp? Well, he's already dropped a few hints, Flesh, that he is working on such a project, so time will tell. He's a busy man, but I'm sure as soon as he's got stuff out there, he'll let everyone know. On Tone Talk, Dave told me he thinks the EVH and PV stuff is fine. Yeah, look, the EVH, like I said, the EVH FMIC stuff isn't too bad, and PV stuff is fine once you do a bit of work to it. Yeah, when he said not the best build, that's all the stuff I just talked about. The EVH Iconic series though is trash. Stay away from the EVH Iconic. Yeah, I've been trying to temper Lyle on his EVH. No, 5150. The EVH stuff, I think he is referring to Iconic, the Iconic series. Lyle will tend to err on the side of caution to keep you away from a brand that doesn't respect you, which I think is a good way to sum it up quickly. He has softened a bit on the 5150, and he did mention that in today's stream. And I think as amps are getting worse and worse and worse and cheaper and shitter, some of these old amps that we used to consider pretty shit are actually now, in the scheme of things, not too bad. So I think he's softening a bit on the 5150, and he did mention the main thing is the heater wiring in today's stream, which he mentioned. So no doubt it's not enough, and it's only for 10 years, but any precedent supporting right to repair is a good thing. Yeah, it is. We've got to push on that, though. As an old man who started to play again 4 years ago, I faced the same thing. I finally went with a Rev, yeah, Rev's awesome. I keep forgetting about Rev because we don't get that many out here. Rev Victory is another great high gain amp. The Kraken, I've had a few of them and they're very good. You can get them for like $2,000 sometimes. Little lunchbox style head, which again Lyle hates, which I do agree with him on those points. You do have to sometimes take them apart and deal with the just self-tapper screws and stuff that will eventually strip themselves out. But it depends, like everything, champions, it's all the implementation. If you put nice threaded inserts in there and use machine screws and everything a larger diameter, you're going to have a much more reliable amp. But they often go with tiny little self-tapper countersunk things that are flush with the outside, and they just strip out after 2 or 3 times. What you'll find is pretty much all us techs, we're all in agreement. We're all in agreement about the concepts we have opinions on, and then you'll get variants from that according to our personal experiences, right? Pardon me. God damn it. You think this coffee's carbonated or something? But we all have we all have the same end goals: to get you a reliable amp that's going to last for ages and will be easy and cheap to service, and will suit your needs tonally. We all have those same goals, but we might have had a horrible amp that had a specific issue, and maybe if we've only seen 2 of those amps and both of them had that same issue, our opinion on that particular amp will be skewed somewhat negatively. And then someone else has had others that just had general servicing, like Orange, for example. I think Orange is pretty good. Lyle doesn't think so. I think the reasons that he doesn't think so are completely valid and kind of, in some cases, insurmountable, like the dual gang pots that are fucking impossible to source. So yeah, that's a big problem. If you snap off a pot shaft, then you'll be kind of up shit creek unless you can get the parts off Orange or adapt something else to work, and then the tech will be pulling his hair out to try and solve your problem for you, because we want to solve your problems, champions. We want to get that amp back to you, and we don't want to charge you the world for it either. So it sucks when we have to, or when we sit on the computer for 2 hours straight trying to find a part and then have to buy one and pay $50 shipping for a single part and wait 3 weeks, 4 weeks for it to turn up. And then you got an amp sitting there for 4 weeks when otherwise, if it was a standard pot, you could get it done in 5 minutes, right? And that gives us the shits. But if you haven't dealt with a broken pot on an Orange, which I haven't, well, I have, but I've used other parts and gotten away with it. And it wasn't the unobtainium pots, luckily. But if you've dealt with that, that leaves a sour taste in your mouth, and now you're like, fuck Orange. But in the scheme of things, Orange ain't too bad. And if you go, sometimes you might miss a supplier. Like I ended up getting some parts from Small Bear, and they fit the bill, and it was repairable. But I had to wait a long time and had to pay a fair bit in postage. You know, if you've worked on amp after amp after amp after amp after amp with the same issues for 30 years, they've been making the same mistakes and they just do not give a fuck about changing their ways. That's when you're just like, all right, this amp manufacturer is just malicious. They are cynically, they hate you as a customer. They want your money, they want you to go away. And if your amp fails, they still want you to go away or just buy a new one and shut the fuck up. They want you to stop talking. Go away, go away, go away. Shut up, shut up, shut up. So that's Fender. And that's becoming Marshall. Orange, not so much. Vox, not so much. So I'm going to be recommending those brands more because they're not cynical, cash grab, rent-seeking fuckheads. It goes back to the Fishman thing. Any amplifier is only as good as its support. If you have an amplifier made out of generic parts that you can source anywhere, support's not so important. You can get stuff yourself, figure it out. Your tech can just figure it out. If your amp's made out of proprietary fucking bullshit, if you want one pot, you got to buy 10,000 of them or you can't get that form factor, and they are hoarding them and won't let anyone else fucking have spare parts, well, that's just a cunt company. That's just a company run by fucking pieces of shit. So, of course, we're not going to recommend any of their products, and FMIC is becoming that. So, I think part of the reason Lyle's also doing that is for moral reasons. I don't want to speak for him. He can enlighten us if he wants to, but I've got a feeling that there is also that at play as well. If the company's a non-ethical company, let's consider everything they make trash, because it's not so much the amp itself. It's their the way they do business and the fact that you're going to be left in the cold if anything goes wrong. I'm very verbose today. Maybe I just need to go back to being a grunt. Middle pickup. I'm actually an electrician apprentice. I'm looking to get into amp repair and design eventually. What multimeter would you recommend for this stuff? You want to get something that's from an official vendor. Don't buy anything, even if it is a brand, a known brand name from Amazon, fucking Temu or AliExpress or eBay. eBay maybe secondhand if it's a trusted seller. But yeah, anything new that's below market value is fake. So we often get people going, oh, why would I buy your strings for $18.95? That's Australian. So remember, there's different currency in the world. I'm talking to you Americans. You guys tend to forget that. Why would I buy spend $18 a set of strings when I can buy them for $4, $5 a set on eBay? Well, it's because they're fake. They're fake. That's the whole. Like, if you're buying them for 1/3 of cost price, of course they're fake. Who's going to make a loss to sell your strings when they're a string vendor? They don't have loss leaders. Their whole. Like, I get a shop selling strings at just above or near cost price because it's a loss leader. It gets you in the store and then you have a look around. But these days with online shopping, loss leaders don't really work anyway. So, but yeah. What was I talking about? Multimeters, yeah. So you might want to try Bryman is a good brand. Some of the Unity stuff's okay if you're in the sort of $200+ range. Finsri, I still don't know how to pronounce the name, but I've heard a lot of my techs that have some very expensive gear have tried the Finsri brand. I can't remember what they're called. And they've got big, like, OLED screens, highly visible, and they're I'm hearing they're pretty good. What's important is the cat rating. So on these multimeters, you'll see these are my ones. You can get these for about $400, $500. 177. These are my go-to. I love them. F177, 175, 179. But they've got a cat rating down here. That's very important. And the cheap ones will punch a cat rating on there, but not necessarily be compliant. So that's a safety rating. Without that, it's a toy. It's got to have that, and it's got to be from a actual bricks and mortar distributor in your country that has some kind of legal consequences if they're selling non-compliant equipment. If it's some random seller on eBay, no one knows where they live, they've got no accountability, they can just shut their shop and phoenix it under a new name if something goes wrong. Don't be trusting that. Your life is at stake. Your life is at stake. You want to be trusting something with someone that's got some accountability, and that means a bricks and mortar vendor in your country. So where are you, mate? Middle pickup. Pastor, g'day champions. Robbie, what really pisses me off is how perpetual software licenses get terminated and then a company tries to rape you for 10 or 100 times per year what you originally paid for the license. Terminating a perpetual license is criminal. These companies should be put out of business if they do it once. If they do it once, they should have their license taken off them and they should be put out of business. They should be penalised into non-existence by the government. Not by a class action, not by an individual, but by the government themselves. They should put them out of business. Yeah. Evening all. My towel is still dry. Well, that's good. Hot dog pilot. I love that your towel is dry. I know it's difficult to navigate this stuff when you don't have a tech background. Even the techs don't agree. I know the history of what was used, but build quality is a different question. HVAC. Jesus, are we that far back on the chat? When it comes to amp quality, look, you got to do your due diligence. What you'll find is the techs will tend to agree. Full-time techs. There's some techs on YouTube which I wouldn't fucking piss on if they're on fire. So, some of them aren't to be trusted. If anyone makes a full-time living out of being a tech, you know that they... well, you have to have a certain level of competence to make a living out of this. And it's very hard to make a living out of this. It's not easy. Any dickhead can do it in their garage. I mean, fuck, that's how I started. But anyone that does it full-time, particularly if they've got an off-home site repair shop, they have to know what they're doing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain those payments. So what you'll find is there'll be the guys in their living room making fucking, you know, amps and then claiming they're the best amp in the world and, you know, they're the most genius guru in the fucking face of the planet. No one makes an amp as good as them, blah, 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 blah. You give them an amp that's failed, they would not have a fucking clue how to fix it, right? And they've also got no overhead, so they've got no skin in the game. They're just a speculative dickhead that builds a hideous fucking amp and then puts an $8,000 price tag on it to try and fake some kind of oh god, what's the word for it? Not valiance. The old brain thesaurus isn't kicking in today. Damn. Not notoriety. Not resilience. Prestige. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, they anyone can put a massive price tag on their amp and then fake the prestige. But yeah, the repair techs are where it's at. If you're listening to a builder who's trash talking everyone and then it doesn't repair anything, what the fuck do they know? They're not a repair tech. If you listen to a repair tech, you're going to get a bit more of a fuller story. And if you're listening to a repair tech that doesn't say things like every single PCB is trash, well, then you're going to get closer to the truth answer. If someone's telling you the only amp that you should buy is a single channel fucking point-to-point thing and it doesn't suit your needs, well, just ignore them because they're just talking shit. They're just trying to sell their product. We listen to what you want. That's why I always ask what kind of style music do you play? What kind of gigs are you playing? Are you playing gigs at all? Are you recording with it? Do you want channel switching functionality? Do you have effects units that you need to synchronize the amp with via MIDI? These are all criteria that I need to know before I know what models I could possibly suggest. And then after we've narrowed down what features you need, then we can talk about budget, what's available in that range. And then in budget, we can talk about maybe what models are best to steer away from for the problems that I've documented in my 600 or whatever videos I've fucking published on my YouTube channel. There's a lot of videos on my YouTube channel, champions. If you're asking about an amp, chances are there's a video on it on my channel, or Lyle's channel, or Frank's channel, Six's channel. There's so much info that we put out there for you guys. We don't charge you a thing for it. Just go and search the channel. Go to the actual channel first. Search the model or the brand you're after. And what you'll often find is if we don't have the actual model, say a Randall RD40 or something, we might have an RD100, which is just a upscale version of that one. Same construction techniques, very similar boards, just larger to suit the more channels or the more output valves, etc. So a lot of info out there. You just got to find the good sources of it and then go with it. I once had some massive aftermath plate heater arc. Ooh, that burned balance pot and blew up snubber. That was from heaters to ground. Shorted some preamp tubes and busted. Jesus. Yeah, well, that's what can happen. So if you didn't have, if you had fusible resistance instead of the balance pot, you would have just noticed a slight increase in hum, and nothing else would have been damaged because the resistors would have gone open like that. And that's why I do it that way. Looking for 2 to 3 channel amps, solid, clean, independent EQ, will mostly live in the 90s. Okay, yeah. Would you be able to crank it into metal every now and then? I'm dumb. You're not dumb, Flesh. You're here every week, man. So you can't be that dumb, eh? In that case, I would suggest maybe a Recto. I know, God forbid, I'm suggesting a Messer. But if you get one in decent quality and it's well serviced and hasn't had any hack work done to it, the biggest enemy of every fucking amp is ham-fisted techs. Pretty much every amp I've seen come in here that's got massive work required is because of previous techs doing shit work. If you get something that's relatively unmolested, you should be fine. 2 to 3 channel amp. Okay, so you could look at the JVM series. I know, again, that's one that Lyle mentioned today. Not great. I've actually... have I got one here? Yeah, I've got one here which we could crack that open now if you want. A JVM style head if you're looking for a 100 watt. If you're looking for a smaller amp, it gets to a point where if you need so many different sounds all at once, instead of going rack systems and in effects processors and all sorts of shit, it might be worth looking at a modeling setup, even if you are using a proper speaker cab, like a non-full range cab, and like an actual guitar amp cab for that traditional look and feel and that on-stage sound and presence. Modeling is real, champions. There's good stuff and there's bad stuff. It's worth trying out. A lot of the reasons that people say that modeling doesn't sound real is because they're using the factory presets or close to it. You need to wipe that shit. As soon as you buy a modeling system, go to channel 1, remove everything, slowly just go through one at a time. It's like modding your amp. If you do 10 mods at once, you got no idea what made it good or bad. If you get rid of all the effects, all the plugin, all the EQ and everything, just start from scratch, champions. Find the preamp that you like the sound of. Find the gain range you like the sound of. Save that as preset number 1. All right? Copy that to preset number 2. Amp up the gain a little bit. Introduce some effects. You've got a bone clean sound there. You've got a slightly more driven version of that, but it's in the same stable. You don't want completely different tones, completely different preamps, completely different gain structures on every plugin. You want it to sort of use it like an amp. You know, you're building on top of your already existing foundation that you built on channel 1, and now you're embellishing that for other stuff, where you're upping the gain, but you're keeping the same feel. And once you do that with a modeler, even the cheap ones, the Muas, the Hotone, what's it called? I forget the friggin' name, but the Hotone stuff, even the cheap ones sound really good. If you approach them from that, instead of trying to tweak the factory settings always sound so cringy and shit. Once you start using them like that, meat and potatoes amp, think of it like an amp. You'll be amazed how good you can get them to sound. But yeah, if you're looking amp-wise, 2 to 3 channels. So as soon as you click over to the 3 channel mark, you're talking a bigger increase in complexity of the amp, because all of a sudden, instead of just 2 relays switching between 2 preamps, now you've either got 2 relays and then 2 other relays switching between 2 drive stages, or you've got a more complex 3-way switching system which requires some digital logic, that kind of thing. That's why you'll find amps like the JVM, you can click on anything and it just jumps to that, because it's all controlled by a microcontroller, a little computer inside the amp, and that's why it's MIDI controlled and everything. But you know what? I know I'm biased, but a 2 to 3 channel amp, solid clean, independent EQ, will live mostly in the 90s alt punk rock. I know I'm biased, but a TSL 100 would suit that. Even a DSL, if you're going 2 channel, I prefer the sound of the DSL 50 and the DSL 100. I personally would never need a 100 watt amp, so the DSL 50 is kind of my favorite JCM 2000. And as you know, I make the replacement boards for them. I only chose to do it to that amp because, yeah, they made them cheaper than the JCM 900 series. But in my opinion, they made them cheaper in ways that don't so much affect the end user. My test bed amps for the boards that I manufacture, the FYM 2000 boards, the test amps have had 300 boards through them. And those little connectors have been cycled 300 times, still no problem. The TSL 100 sounds a little bit harsh. I think it's mainly due to the feedback circuit. I might offer a mod for that in the future, just to make it sound a bit more like the DSL, a bit more rounded in the top end, a bit less fizzy. But a TSL 100 would get you there, and a DSL 50 or 100 would probably get there with a 2-channel version. The clean and crunch switch on the clean channel is a very powerful thing. If you push in the crunch and then just roll back your guitar volume, you can get a nice, slightly overdriven clean sound as well. What you'll find is most of the stuff in the 90s punk rock, alt rock stuff, nothing was 100% clean. It was always slightly on the edge of breakup, but by comparison, it wasn't completely saturated. So people referred to that as the clean tone, but you'll find that everything has a little bit of breakup in it. A lot of stuff has a bit of breakup in it. So yeah, getting your hands on a DSL 50, replacing the board would be a fantastic amp that'll last you a long time, and you can get pretty cheap. Who would have thought Fender could build an amp worse than a Fender amp? But they pulled it off. Every Fender amp is worse than the previous Fender amp, it almost seems, eh? Chris, hello from the UK. Must be the only English person not watching the football. No, there's a few in here. What you'll find is a lot of nerds, guitar nerds, amp nerds, electronics nerds will not be that interested in sports. It's not a rule, but I've found a general twend. General twend. Jesus, I'm getting all Monty Python. I would have bought a PV Classic 30, but I haven't for all those reasons. They sound great, but they're just cheap. Yeah, middle pickup. They've got a fantastic preamp designed by James Brown. Watch me! Not that James Brown. But they are very cheaply built. So James designed the circuit, and then they basically gave him a budget and said, you can't charge more than this. And they had to engineer the whole thing around that, and it was a nightmare because it had to be built in the US and it had to be under, what was it, like $1,300 or something. And they achieved it, and they achieved it for a very long time. But now all those chickens are coming home to roost, and they're roosting in the back of the amp and pooing in it. So I might continue to develop the Classic 30 replacement board. The problem, I'm a bit apprehensive about that because there are modifications required to the rest of the amp. I like the JCM 2000 boards because you can just basically drop them in, a few quick changes for reliability to the rest of the amp, but no structural changes, and it's a bit easier to implement. Whereas the Classic 30, I think I'm going to get a lot of emails from people requiring help trying to install them, and that's what I'm trying to avoid because I've got no time. But I may look at that again because there's not that many parts on the board. I could probably sell them for like, I don't know, $200 each or something. Cheers, Brad. Finished my first refret. Today I'm ASG. Got lots of good pointers from you and Tanya's. Yeah, Tanya's awesome. She's a little bit haphazard with some stuff, like sanding across the grain and things. But at the end of the day, the results speak for themselves, and I don't know what kind of environment she's working with. Did I read right that she's from like Ukraine or somewhere? Or am I completely off on that? Am I getting it mixed up with someone else? But yeah, it does take a long while, man. Time for a starop ramen? Staropran. I don't know what that is. But yeah, Tanya's videos are fantastic. I wish I was skilled enough to produce videos like she does, because she's the short format video star. Her and Slightly Technical, they've just got the character for it, I think. Well, she doesn't really say anything, but Slightly Technical, he's so performative, but he's got the accent, and he's a cool guy, and let's face it, he's more attractive than I am. So it works for him. But when he started making videos, Slightly Technical, when he started making videos, I had a feeling that maybe the intentions weren't just to make fun videos, that there was a commercial thing coming, and sure enough, yeah, he's offering courses and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, I think that was the plan from the start. I thought he was just another cool person who just loved creating content, but no, there was a commercial motive behind it. But I don't know, if anyone does his course, let me know how it goes, because he knows what he's talking about, and he hates Mesa too, so he's already a legend in my book. But I did drop him a comment and didn't get any response, and I'm like, I'm just a pleb to him, so whatever. Hey there, champion. Checking in from behind enemy lines in Canada. Cheers to you in chat. Thanks, Derek. You're a Commonwealth bloody brother to us. Our Canadian cousins. Cousin, brother, something like that. Mustache is getting to the point where it's kind of annoying. But I need to get some product for it so it stays where it's put. Otherwise it goes in my mouth. What do you think about Victory amps, Brad? Yes, they're good. They're modern and high gain. I've had some Krakens in and a Duchess, and I think they're very good. I fucking should have done video on them, but it was at a point where my ass was to the wall, and I'm still so far behind. I've got 100 amps here. Some require multiple days of restoration. Some are like 3-day jobs. I shouldn't be doing a video. I should just be working, but I haven't done one for so long. I thought I'd do one, and fuck me, it's Sunday morning. Well, what's been happening is I'll be working outside of hours and doing something, or like I'll be doing a video after hours, and people are like, well, you got enough time to do video, like why can't you finish my amp? It's like, I edited that video at 10 PM on a fucking Saturday night. Like, sorry for having 5 minutes to myself, and even that being used for guitar based, business based stuff. Fuck. Hi Brad, do you think Pauline is in favor of banning lobbyists? Fuck no. Pauline is a bloodsucker. She's never passed a law. She's never done anything. All she's done is suck money out of the public and lobbyists. And well, look, she got given a fucking plane by Gina the fucking Hutt, Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, she's a cancer, and she is a bloodsucker and a fucking parasite on Australian politics and Australian culture. And when she's gone, and she hasn't got that long, because have you seen her fucking face when she hasn't done all the photo retouching? She's a fucking old woman, and she's irrelevant. We won't have to deal with her for much longer. All these dinosaurs are going to go the way of the dinosaur, and I can't wait, because we need young people to take over. We need the gerontocracy out. These old people have no skin in the game. They need to fuck off forever. Like old Mitchy McConnell, the head in the jar. What a legacy, eh? You spend your whole life... you spend your whole life being a fucking dog for a capital interest, and then what do they do to you? They pretend you're not dead while your body rots away, just so there isn't a by-election. Desecrate a corpse just to avoid a by-election. I hope it was worth it, Mitchie. Disgusting behaviour. The world we live in, champions. Every day I'd like to say I'm shocked, but I'm not. It just gets worse and worse and worse. Scrolling back. I'm way behind in chat. Okay, here we are. We're back where we were. Chats amongst yourselves. Oh my god, Mum bought a Kia and it fucking turns the engine off at stoplights. Yeah, well, you can turn that feature off, I think. A lot of engines do the... A lot of cars do the auto stop-start thing. You just turn it off. And auto steering fucking freaks me out. I would not want that in any car. I can drive. I like literally learned how to do it. So car, please just let me drive. I've got a 2013 High Ace. It's the last of the non-beepy High Aces. It's manual. No auto anything. Fucking all it does is beep at you if you leave your headlights on, which is handy because I don't want my battery to die. Yeah, I love non-beepy cars. They're great. Starting an engine uses more gas and causes more pollution than just letting it idle. Yeah, I know, it's fucking stupid, and it's bad. It's bad for the motor. It's bad for the starter motor. It's bad for the battery. Stop-start's dumb, Scotty. It doesn't save a lot, and I think it was mainly meant for congestion and pollution more than... Pardon me. Should have muted that one. More than actually saving fuel. I think it was meant for, like, you know, when you're stuck in a tunnel and shit. But I don't know. I think we won't have to worry about that when everyone gets an EV, eh? I just wish they had a dumb EV that doesn't have all auto shit on it and beefy shit. I just want a dumb EV. I just want to fucking... I want a motor, and I just want to attach the wire to the battery to make it go, and then when I want to stop, just disconnect it. Does that sound good? Yeah, I've heard that you can remove a fuse for the auto stop start. It's like a bit of a hack. So look into that, Scotty. Don't do that because that's dangerous and officially bad. But yes, dude, do that. I'm a 65-year-old pedal steel player hauling a Showman and a cab. Like the sound, but too heavy and too loud. Any suggestions for a replacement? So, Showman. Oh, that's a fantastic amp for pedal steel. So you're going to have issues because... if you want that valve sound, you also need a lot of power. So a lot of the pedal steel and the the pedal steel guys around here, they'll be using things like real high headroom amps, like either Twins or the PV Vegas is a big one. There's another PV, I can't remember the name of it, but like a 400 watt PV, it's insane. So you're going to ask yourself, do you actually want the valve sound or do you just want clean headroom? And what you'll find is a lot of the sound coming from the frequency shaping that you've learned to love comes from the Fender tone stack more than the output stage. So you could use a solid state amp as long as it's got that similar scoop frequency response of the Fender tone stack. You could use almost anything. So things like maybe try the Quilter stuff, the tone block, because that's a very Fendery sounding thing with a lot of headroom and Class D output stage, and it's literally the size of a fucking pack of cigars. They are solid state. They're not built like a Fender Showman from the 60s, but if you bought one of them, you could even buy a backup. You could buy fucking 4 of them for the same price as your Showman. Try one out if you can, and failing that, just there's so many options, champions. I'm not going to suggest a Tone Master because they like to blow up after 2 years, and Fender doesn't support any of their products anymore at all. So literally the whole amp goes in the bin when it fails. Maybe try a Quilter tone block and see how you go. See if you can borrow one or buy a second-hand one. Something, if you don't like it, you can resell it. But essentially, if you went Class D or solid state, you'd probably have a lot of that tone without the weight. Give it a go. You have to turn it off every time you get in. Yeah, We've got a Subaru XV, and you got to turn off the auto stop start, but you can't turn off the auto steering shit though. Yeah, that would be annoying. Just catching up on the chat legends. Rev is great, but I get worried about long-term support. Why is that? Is there difficulties at Rev? Just because an amp is complex and sometimes laborious to work on doesn't mean it's designed like shit either. Oh yeah, no, by all means, Scotty. Like Engel, for example. They are complex and difficult to work on amps, but I still recommend them because they sound great and they're designed well. Oh, you know, that for metal, the other one to look out for, a lot harder to find but very well built, is the Hughes and Kettner Warp T. Very underrated amp, that one. There's not many out there, but they are very well built. And it's less metal brother, the Statesman. I thought was a very well built amp, and you can get them for fuck all. That's like bitching about surface mount. Yeah, I like working on surface mount stuff. The problem is, Scotty, it's got its application. So I think the energy density of a tube amp isn't compatible with SMD. Partially because SMD, all the components are hugging the board, right? So if something goes short in a valve amp, you can put all the protection circuitry in the world. The electrons will just laugh at you and go where they want. If something overheats on an SMD board and burns, it burns a board because it's surface mounted. So if you're talking high voltages, high currents, well, high wattages, I'd stay away from surface mount. So you could do things like make the preamp surface mount and make the output stage off board, ideally, or have a separate board for the power supply, or just populate those components by hand and have the rest of the component surface mount, which would be the way to do a production amp, I reckon. You can't get around having a reliable amp. You can't get around some hand assembly. So I think having surface mount for the power supply components and stuff in a valve amp is just playing with fire. But yeah, I love working on surface mount because usually you don't have to remove the board unless it's double-sided. Well, double-sided component population anyway. You can get double-sided boards that have just tracks on the other side, not components. But working on surface mount stuff's great because you don't have to lift the board. You can work on everything from one side. You don't have to prep leads. Everything's relatively easily traceable. It's when you get stuff really dense, and as stuff gets smaller and smaller in the showroom, everyone's like, holy shit, look, it's a 1,000-watt amp. It's the size of a cigar box. But you're not going to be having that thing forever. If something goes wrong, especially on like the ice power boards where they've got like 4 layers in the PCB, so this track's in the middle of the board as well as on the outside faces. If something goes wrong in the middle of the board, you can't fucking fix that shit. It's just, not only have you not got the schematics, not got the PCB layout, but you've got shorted or open circuit tracks in the middle of a circuit board that have probably burned and caused damage to the nearby tracks as well, traces as well. So you're replacing the board. But again, goes back to the Fishman thing. If you can get the boards, if the company supports the product, and you just buy a new module and plop her in. If I wanted the thing long term, I'd probably just preemptively get a replacement module so I could change it out on the road. But I'm a tech, so I think that way. A guitarist can't be expected to think like that. So Vox AC15 head looks enticing, especially once it's modded to sound like an old school Vox. Really? They're doing a head now? Huh. I don't mind the build quality of modern Vox amps, just wish they'd build the circuit right. Yeah, it's not too hard to revert it, but we shouldn't have to, middle pickup. FMIC can unalive. You don't have to use Twitter speak or TikTok speak over here, Scotty. You can say FMIC should go bankrupt, belly up. It should be erased from the face of the planet. That's fine. Got a 90s Blues Deluxe in for a recap. Its first recap. Owner is convinced it's a vintage amp. but won't fork out more than the filter caps because it sounds fine. Lucky Jim, you need to box that thing back up, give it back to him and say, here's the bench fee. If you don't pay the bench fee, you don't get the amp back. If you do pay the bench fee, here's your amp, fuck off. You don't want customers like that. That's a low quality customer. That's a customer that doesn't respect you and that is not realistic. So tell him to go to the... What I do is I keep a list of texts that I... used to keep a list of texts that I really didn't like, that were arseholes, and I'd just refer all the problem customers to them and tell them I'm too busy. I recommend doing that. Find the local techs that are cockheads, get their details, and pass all the difficult customers on to them. They can deal with it. I don't know why amp manufacturers would move from turret eyelet boards to a PCB. Amps peaked before PCB. Well, that's a simplistic way of looking at it. A PCB is not a PCB is not a PCB. There's different PCBs. There's different qualities of PCBs. That's like saying, what's an equivalent? I can't think of an analogy off the top of my head. Turret and eyelet boards are incredibly labor intensive to make. So if you were mass producing amps, not only would you not be able to produce as many to fulfill the market, but you wouldn't be able to make any money on them. And, that means you just remain a small amp manufacturer forever, and your amps would be incredibly expensive. Moving to PCB allows you to have consistency, so you're not relying on lead dress for stability or noise performance. And you're also not relying on as much on skilled labor to assemble it. So you can use what we call assemblers rather than engineers to manufacture the thing. And that opens up not only the employment pool, so you can use more people more readily available. It also means you don't have to pay them like $150 an hour. and it enables you to get guitar amplifiers in the hands of the masses. What matters is how you design the circuit board. So companies like Vox and Orange will design a good circuit board. Vox has like 1 weak spot on one of them. I think they've fixed that now, but generally their circuit boards are good quality. Then you've got like Fender, whose circuit boards are not good quality. So the difficulties that people have with low quality circuit boards, then they walk around and talk shit about PCBs, and they end up tarring all circuit boards. And guitarists are parrots. Guitarists just repeat whatever they're told, right? They don't know the intricacies, the nuance of each subject, so they'll just say PCBs are trash, and that's fucking horseshit. PCBs are the best way to manufacture an amp if they're done well, if they're designed well. Even circuit board mounted tube sockets can be done correctly and can be done incorrectly. If the majority of amplifiers, they're done incorrectly, so they get a bad name. You can do them right, almost no one does. To be safe, if you've got a manufacturer and you don't know that much about them, if you get a circuit board, or if you don't know that much about engineering, if you get a circuit board based amp where the potentiometers, the switches, and the valve sockets are mounted off board, as well as the input jacks, output jacks, or the interface jacks, mounted off board, then you can be pretty safe. That's a pretty safe bet that you've got a quality amplifier that's PCB based. There are guys that do it really well with everything mounted to the board, and there's guys that do it really well with some stuff mounted to the board, some stuff not. But essentially, if you want to break through that making 3 amps a year stage and charging fucking 10 grand for them, you need to go PCB. It's not an option. You have to. And then you need to know how to design them. You need to know about margins. You need to know about trace width versus current. You need to know about thermal relief pads. You need to know about copper thickness, through-hole plating, layout, because now you're locked into all your tracks are immovable. So now you need to make sure that ones aren't going to crosstalk and cause oscillation. They're not going to be exposed to the AC voltage and get noise. They're not going to, be too small for a given current and cause excessive voltage drop. They're not going to, or they're going to survive a valve failure and not
like a Mesa Boogie where the traces are so thin that they act like fuses and then burn the board, and you've got to run wires above a board. You need to know all these things. Without knowing all those nuanced subjects of PCB design, you're going to design a shit PCB. If you already do know those subjects, but you're pinned down to a fucking price point by the manufacturer you're working for, if you're a subcontractor, you're going to build a shit PCB. If you have the freedom to engineer the PCB exactly how you want it, and you know what you're doing, you're going to make one of the best amps possible, and every amp's going to sound the same. You're not going to have variances from amp to amp due to the lead dress or things like that. Everything's locked in. Brad, have you listened to anything by Hanabi? I don't know who that is, and no. Sorry. People can be very silly. Oh, he's talking to Lucky Jim. Hang on. I hate all amps. I'm older and angrier than you. I haven't smashed one with a sledgehammer yet, but I'm close. Oh, come on, Terry. You love them. You work on them every day. I know you, Terry. I know you. I repaired an input jack and then said, might as well build 3 SLO100s, and did. And I'm a tone-chasing sheetrocker. You legend. That is fucking awesome, Lance. That is awesome. You built 3 SLO100s. My God. Yeah, that's the brand. I have a cheap Finersi handheld oscilloscope combo part checker, and it has soured the brand for me. Oh, really? Sort of does what it's supposed to do, but the interface is terrible. Yeah, I wouldn't trust them for an oscilloscope. But like multimeters and simple one-purpose things, I think would be okay. I mean, I've got other tech mates that bought the multimeters and they said it was really good. Brad, Lyle and Chris have helped me stay away from a lot of bad amp choices and helped me make what I consider to be well-informed amp choices as a hobby guitarist. That's awesome, Robbie. What have you ended up buying, by the way? Just comment down below. I've got to catch up. But talking about Lazy J, are we? No, I don't talk about them anymore. They can fuck off. I wouldn't sell anything I built. The amps are fine, but I'm not a tech. Well, that's fair enough. I mean, if you build your own stuff, just make sure you build it to wiring standards and it's safe. But you're allowed to, if you're not selling them, you can build whatever you want, man. You know? There's a bloke over here who made fake boogies in the 80s. He's recently taken up professional amp repair. From what I can tell, his approach is to assume it needs new output transformer. Oh, that's a joke in the amp tech world. Oh, it must be the output transformer because that's what everyone assumes. A 20 or 50 watt Friedman can cover a lot of ground. Hell yeah. And remember, you got that Pinky Champions. That's like a channel switch. If you ride that volume control, use it. It's there for a reason. You can wake up channels in between your channels or beyond your channels. If you crank up the gain beyond what you needed on the drive channel and then roll your volume back, now you've got a gain boost right there on your pinky finger. It's there, champions. Use it. That's never the output transformer. It's never lupus. I just went through that. Damn, it was aggravating. I've got various output transformers here to confirm if it's an issue, because weird issues that are hard to measure can be the fault of the output transformer. I'm not gonna pretend it never happens, and it does happen a lot, but more often than not, it's a hard short on one side or an open circuit, and it's very easy to measure passively. Sometimes you'll get a weird resonance or an oscillation or something strange, and it can be caused by the output transformer, but it's very rare. And I do have some various powered rated ones here, like a 20 watt, 50 watt, 100 watt one that I can just sub in just to know if it's that. Peter Northcote, he's local here. I think he lives in the Blue Mountains, and he's worked with my old schoolmate who has a studio up at Woodford. Old Muzzer, Murray Sheridan. Yeah, Peter Northcote. I should listen to more of his stuff. He's an amazing guitarist. My first amp was a JCM 2000 DSL100. Amazing sounding amp, but had to return it because it was too loud for my bedroom needs back then. It's got a master volume. Should have got a DSL50, but the difference in volume between a DSL50 and 100 it's like 6 dB. It's fuck all. So, you just turn down the master, mate. You know what I'm saying? I don't want any menu on my gear, and gosh forbid an IoT style app. Yeah. The DSL clean channel with that classic gain switch was amazing. Yeah, man. The DSL with that crunch, whatever it's called, classic gain. Yeah, is that what it's called? Yeah, I should know by now. Yeah, it sounds great. It sounds like an old school Marshall. Clean should have some dirt to it. Yeah, definitely. Always. Just right on that edge of overdrive, and it really rounds out the tone. It sounds beautiful. The worst part of building an amp is building and Tolexing the cabinets. I don't know. I find that quite therapeutic. Brad, big news. I'm going to build an Echo Drive pedal clone, so I'll be asking for help when I've broken the kit. It's 12AX7 based. Anyone do an EF... no, you'd never do an EF86 pedal because they're so microphonic and delicate. EF86 is it's very hard to find one that's not microphonic, and they are very shock sensitive. So the last place you want it's on a pedal, even if it's shock mounted. Yeah, that's your best option is to either do a cascode, not cascade, but a cascode. So that's like cascaded triodes that simulate a pentode. That's why it's called a cascode. Or do a FET assisted cascode, and you can achieve, or just cascade a FET stage in front of it, and you can simulate a pentode stage pretty easily, and with a bit more versatility. Again, champions, I keep telling you, Merlin Blankow's book goes into that as well. How to use how to use FETs to your advantage. I trim my mustache when it limits my ability to eat ice cream. I have like one ice cream a year, and I had one a month ago or something. Yeah, it was still doable. Wasn't fun, but I still have a 50-watt Marshall 1986 bass head from 74. That one's really loud, yeah. Tanya is in Kiev. She's in Ukraine, yeah. How the fuck they managed to... It's so admirable that they managed to keep shit going when war is just at the doorstep, man. It takes fucking balls of steel. I'll forever have respect for that. Like Crab amps, I know he rips everyone off, but the fact that he's still able to make amps in that environment is just insane. I got my happy dance ready for Mitch's death day. Well, you should have done it about a month ago, middle pickup, because that's when it happened. Starap ramen is a Czech Pilsner. No dry July here. I thought it was some kind of ramen. Part 1. Thanks for all the advice for the amp specs. 2 to 3 channels, solid plexi clean, higher gain, dirty independent EQ, any price range. Yeah, Green Day, Weezer, Nirvana. Yeah, I mean, the TSL series would get you there, man. I mean, that's what they were playing back then. That was the amp of the time. The JCM 900 might not have enough saturation for you, but the JCM 2000 is really, that's what everyone was playing when they were playing festivals and stuff, because that was the flagship Marshall amp. So you'll probably find a lot of people were using them, at least live, and in the studio they might have been using modded stuff and whatever. Like I know Green Day had the Dookie mod and all that kind of thing, but a modified 2203 would get you there, but it's a single channel amp and not versatile enough for you, not independent EQ. The DSL, again, not independent EQ, but you might find that you don't really need it because the clean channel is kind of voiced in a way that can work with the overdrive EQ. But the TSL, you got fully independent EQ, so that would get you there. And if the slight buzziness, I guess. What's the word? It's got a little bit of God, I just said it before. It's got a little bit of just like buzziness to the overdrive. Some speakers will tone that out. But yeah, it could be modded to get rid of that too. Quilter make a pedal steel amp, I think. Oh, there you go. PV Nashville 400, heavy as fuck, yeah, for a solid state amp. Massive transformers, big EI core transformers, and a huge fuck off JBL speaker. The 15-inch speaker, I think, combo. Quilter is a good option for pedal steel. Fuck yeah, validated my choice. And that's Dustin, so he knows what I'm talking about. He knows what he's talking about. My truck has auto stop start with an on-off switch, but the default is on, so you have to turn it off every time. Yeah, same here with the Subaru. The switch stays in one position. I wonder if I shorted out the switch on the Subaru, would that just always have it off? Would it just scan all the switches when you first turn it on and go, okay, he wants that off, and turn it off? Or does it require a state change in order to trigger the computer? I don't know. Part 2, realise it will likely take more than 1 amp. No, I don't reckon. Would also like a more metal amp to cover Metallica Rammstein-like bands. Same criteria as the other, but Fender-like clean. Again, the TSL100 would probably get you there. And there's the AC30 tone. AC30 is going to be difficult to get authentic because the power supply is so different. A lot of the metal amps have fuck tons of filtering on the power supply, so you don't get any of the sponginess, and they're all solid state rectified, so you won't get that sag from the power supply. So you're gonna have to probably have a separate amp for the AC30 tone if you want it really authentic. However, the classic gain switch on the DSL series will get you pretty close to the overall AC30 tone without the nuance of the power supply sagging and the power supply response and the sponginess and the lack of filtering, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'll probably be running some kind of just metal amp with a nice clean channel, and then if you wanted that AC30 tone authentic as, switch over to the AC30. But what you'll find is if you're playing live gigs, the sound guy's not going to have patience for multiple amps. They're just going to go, nah, you only get one mic, fuck off. So there's that to contend with as well. Dustin to know all about that, wouldn't you, Dustin? I have a theory of how PV amps last. The boards are so thin that they just move like a wave instead of being hard enough to break. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, they just go with the flow, eh? Sorry to leave. Back to the football. Catch you again. See you, Martin. Take it easy. You probably left long ago. I have a 23 Hilux. It has hydraulic power steering, so it can't do the auto steer. It just pumps the brakes on one side if you're stray out of the line. Huh. I've heard rumours of a Vox module for the Synergy system. I thought they already had one. Wish I could get all the amp techs in a live stream and ping you all with my shit questions that you debated out. Aside from yours, Sonic Audio, Head First and Tone Talk, are there any other good amp channels? Yeah, well, there's Frank from Forgotten Gear Restorations. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them, eh? I forget the name, but there's one called Guitar Amp Repair and Lessons and Music Lessons or something. It's got a long name, but he knows what he's talking about. I think he's Welsh or something. There's Six at Dr. Gear. He's been a bit light on with the videos recently, but he is working on one now, which I'll be proud to share once it comes out. I sent him one of my boards to upgrade a Marshall, and he said he's not going to hold any punches, so we'll see what his opinions on my board are. I said, yeah, I'll send you a board, purchase the board for the customer or whatever, and I said, yeah, you're entitled to your opinion. If there's anything on there that you think can be improved, I'll definitely look at it in the next revision. I'll take it on board. So many amp manufacturers think that they're perfect. That's a fucking stupid way of thinking. If you think you're perfect, you're never going to improve. Because how could you improve if you're perfect? So you see these crackhead amp manufacturers, they're like, we build the best amps in the world. And you're like, really? Okay. None of that PCB trash, and okay, good for you, champ. Our amps are perfect, the best in the world. It's like, okay, well, you can't get any better then, eh? I'm aware of my weaknesses in knowledge, and I'm working on them constantly. I read a lot. and experiment in my spare time, what little spare time I have. I listen to my peers, and if anyone's got opinions on anything I make, I'll improve it. I always want to get better and work hard at trying to get better each time and make as good a product as I can make, and do repairs as good as I can do them, champions. I almost took a shortcut on a guitar yesterday because I was very rushed, and I stopped and I reassessed, and I thought, no, I need to do this properly. It was just something stupid where the customer's never going to see it. It was the foam on the back of a bass guitar. The foam always compresses on the back of bass guitar pickups, and it ends up not springing up. The screws just come up and the pickup doesn't follow it if you want to adjust the pickup height. So I ripped the old foam off, and it left the old foam residue. And I was putting the new bits of foam in a different spot of the pickup. So I put it back in, and I started putting the screws in. I thought, no, I know the customer's never going to see this, but it's going to play on my mind now that I haven't done as good a job as I can do. And it's not that hard to clean off the foam, get a bit of isopropyl on there, clean off the sticky shit, and make it look like those bits of foam I put on there, even though they're in a different spot, have been there from the factory. So I reassessed. I thought, no, I need to not start thinking that way. Took the pickups back out again and cleaned off the foam properly and cleaned it all up, got out the excess crap and installed them properly, and I felt very good after that. And I thought, no, I need to keep that mantra in the forefront of my philosophy when I'm working. And if I start losing that, well, I'll lose everything I've built. So yeah, Frankie at Forgotten Gear Restorations, he's a legend. I love his intros too. When I win Euro Millions, I want to hire Brad, Lyle, Chris, and Jason for an ampathon for charity. How many amps can you fix in 24 hours? I don't know. I wonder who would win that. Depends what's wrong though, it's so variable. Probably, I don't know. I think we'd all be pretty slow because we all do a really good job and we don't cut any corners. I don't think anyone would be fast. I think Jace doesn't really do that many repairs anymore. He's so busy with his building stuff and modding. Yeah, I'm not sure. That'd be interesting though. 24 hours though, fuck that. We'll end up electrocuting ourselves by accident. Someday Lyle will sort out his supply chain issues with the faceplates and ultimately release his Vox style amps. Lord knows a lot of us would buy them. Yes, they would. I'll buy one without a faceplate. My home-built deluxe reverb has no faceplate because I know what the controls do and the knobs have numbers on already. Did I show you the faceplates I got made? Just ones by JLC PCB. I just thought I'd give them a try. And it's not perfect, but I want to try out a UV printer. For these ones, I just wanted maximum visibility at stage light. In stage lighting, this is the Porque no los dos. I think they look alright. Oop, reached the limit of the focus. Not perfect, but pretty good. I gave it a clear coat on top. It's actually the lens isn't the greatest. It's blowing out a little bit. You compromise on quality when you get a massive zoom range lens, so you get a bit of chromatic aberration. Yeah, that's one of mine. I've got to put a leather label on that yet, but that's the tweed and blackface style Fender one with switchable negative feedback, two different phase inverters that you switch between. But I went under the edge a bit there. I thought that was a tighter radius than it was. So yeah, like I say, not perfect. Improvement possible. Improvement imminent. But at the end of the day, it's better than Dymo stickers that were on there before because he just wanted the thing back so he could gig with it. So we just gave him a temporary solution while I worked on the faceplates. PCB is not inherently bad. I could build a shitty eyelet board from the items in my garage if you'd like. PCBs can be equally poor. Yeah, that's the other thing that people forget. Eyelet boards can be shit too. Eyelet boards, turret boards, they can be shit as well. A lot of these guys that are raving about how good they are and how they're the best builder in the world, you look at their layout, it's like, holy fuck, that's rough as guts. I'm doing a Mojo Tone 100 watt British next. Got to see what all I want to use first. Their stuff is good, I'm sure, but I'm ticky. I don't know what you're saying. Mojo Tone do make good kits. We guitarists can be like lemmings. I've observed people out think, oh guys, you got to start writing properly. I've observed people who think PCBs sound like shit are the very people who think turret boards are point to point. Exactly. Point to point means point to point. It doesn't mean turret. It doesn't mean tag board. It doesn't mean eyelet. It means fucking point to point. Sometimes point to points will have one or two eyelet tag strips in there just because they've got connections that need to be made to wires and that kind of thing. But more often than not, point to point, like how the fuck do you think that just... I thought of an analogy of this the other day. Say you're in the suburbs, right? And you're at your house and your mate who lives 2 suburbs over is having a barbecue. He's like, yeah, come around about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. We're having a lunchtime barbie. No worries. Do you just walk out your back door, draw a line between you and him, jump all your neighbours' fences in a straight line, perfectly straight, to go and see your mate? No, you follow the road. You go the correct route. And point to point is like the direct line between 2 components. People think that's automatically always the best possible path for that wire. It's fucking never is. There's a thing called lead dress. We do that for a reason. We want some stuff near some stuff, and we want stuff as far away as possible from other shit. If you got point to point, you're drawing a line between the two points, and you're stretching a component between them. A lot of the components available with leads long enough to do that these days are fucking shit quality. Or they're just like overpriced Jupiter crap. The super long leads, axial components that you need to make those distances. Otherwise, you every little component you're attaching little bits of bus wire and stretching shit. It's fucking ridiculous. So that's not ideal way to do stuff. And the best quality components these days are designed for PCBs. That's the other thing people don't think about. To get the best parts available these days, you have to have a circuit board to mount them optimally. Otherwise, you're using overpriced, vintage, scammer shit, like the paper and oil caps when you crack them open with a set of pliers. Inside's just a fucking 3-cent ceramic cap anyway. You're getting ripped off. You're getting rorted. Anyway... If anyone is interested, and I know nobody is, 2 notes, Reload 2 sounds more natural than Boss was a tube amp expander, but less versatile. Okay. Oh, the chat jump. Fuck, it's been years. Can't YouTube fix it, for fuck's sake? I made the "it's never lupus" joke to a new friend once. She actually had lupus. Oof. Did you just explain to her that? Oh, sorry, that was from House. It's a comment on how it's never what everyone says it is. One of my exes had lupus. We had to go to the cancer treatment ward for her to get transfusions of plasma. And it was really weird because she had lupus, not cancer, and we were sitting around these people that are like on death's door, and it was for like 6 hours at a time. It was a Strange time. I bought and modded an old GH50L. Great amps. That amp is great. It cost me around €350. Yeah, they're awesome amps to work on. If you can pick them up cheap, they're really worth it. One of my daughters has lupus. It really sucks. She ends up in the hospital a couple of times a year, man. That sucks. Like I say, my ex had it, and it was problematic, to say the least. Oh, rats, I just had the output transformer swapped in my Valve Junior. Valve Junior? Guess I should have stuck with the original. Well, not if it failed. Like I say, it's rare, but it does happen. Valve Junior? Is that Epiphone? Chances are if it was an Epiphone, it was a Valve output transformer failure because they're trash. I had plans to see Blackberry Smoke. Oh, yeah, I know that band. In Charlotte tonight with Mrs. and our 17-year-old dog might not make... Oh, man. 17-year-old dog might not make it much longer. Sorry to hear that, Richard. And thanks for joining us, though. G'day, champion. How you going, mate? Those latest board videos of yours were awesome. Thank you. I've been really trying to cut down the monologue and tighten up the narrative a bit on my videos, like cutting out silences, stuff like that. Really trying to keep the flow of the videos happening a bit quicker, a bit more to the point. Trying to condense the information down a bit, but not leave anything out, which is very difficult. But I think I'm getting there. And sometimes I'll feel like I'm not really improving much. Then I'll go watch a video from even 1 year ago, and I'll be like, "Holy shit, yeah, it's improved quite a bit." So onward and upward. I still want to keep improving it. I really want to start getting some background music happening. I want to get my playing up so I can get some backing tracks, at least for the intro of the video. A little bit more visually entertaining, that kind of thing, and just absolute boycott of anything AI related. So fuck AI. You'll never see anything AI related on my channel if I've got any ability to stop it. I know YouTube's been modifying shorts, processing them with AI so they look alien, and they try and smooth your face and high contrast other shit, like my beard will look all weird and contrasty, but then my face will be oddly smooth. So stuff like that we've got no control over, which is part of the reason I've stopped making many shorts, because they automatically use AI on them without our input and without us having any say in it. So that's one of the reasons I don't like shorts anymore. Although I am wearing shorts. Look at my legs. I've got the workshop tan. Ah, man, Richard, it's sorry to hear that, man. Man, if I was drinking, I know it's AM, but I'd still raise a whiskey to her. But I can't. I can't drink because I'm a friggin' dry July. Thanks, you're all going to look for a quilter to try out. Yeah, try them out, Clivey. See how you go. Let us know. Always like to hear a bit of feedback. Stuart UK Amp Guy. Yeah, he's another... No, yeah, when you need a safe for work repair channel. Yeah. Well, that's what headphones are for, Seppo Marks. Stuart UK Amp Guy. UK Guitar Amp Guy. I can't remember him. I'll have to... I think he's the guy that's a real good player, yeah. Yeah, no, I think he's one of the good guys. Yeah. There's just a few that sometimes give very contradictory and uninformed advice, but no, I'm getting him mixed up with another guy. Stuart UK Guitar Amp Guy is a good channel to follow, definitely. Looking forward to checking out Third Power Amplification. I'm hoping to visit the shop up in Minneapolis come September when I'm up there to see Sugar at First Avenue. Delana has some? Okay. BE100 would nail a Marshall tone. Yeah, it would. And then some. And the build quality's up there, so you know you're going to be good for a long term. BE100 is a fucking... Yeah, that's a tank. If you can spring the money for one, I'll be getting one of them. Seeing how you go with it. Splawn also is a decent choice. I've had some splawns that oscillate though, so I don't know about the lead dressing or the grid stopping and the coaxing, and I've got to dig deeper into. I've got one here, Nitro, that I've got to figure out because I've just bought it off a customer. He just wanted to fix it to sell it. I'm not keen on the Bible verses written on the inside of the chassis though. But you know, I'm an atheist, whatever. It's his build, he can do what he wants. I'd like to see someone license Lyle's pedal and release that. I'm not holding my breath to ever see the Excalibur. Well, let's see what happens. Nice, good, and visible on stage. Yeah, that was the idea, plant pot people. Just to make it so in all light, you'll still be able to see exactly what you're controlling. Do you think JVMs are okay out of the box? Build quality not great. The more you take them apart, the less chance you'll be able to get them back together reliably, because they've got these expanding metal plugs which hold the PCBs in place, which aren't great. Like I said, I've got one here which we can crack out later. Just want to catch up on chat first. Just good to have a catch up with you all. Been too long. Going under the edge with that panel is Fender authentic though. Going under the edge with that. Oh yeah, another control. Yeah, control panel. 24-hour electric shocks for double charity donations. Didn't see the faceplates look cool. So guitar amp channels. Divided by, I think it meant divided by 13 amp with two 6L6s and two EL84s. Sound pretty killer. Just saw a video this morning. I have seen some really shitty divided by 13 amps. Oh, actually, no. I've seen one really shitty divided by 13 amp. I like to think that that was an early amp and they've improved since. And I've got no information other than that. The amplifier I saw when I traced out the circuit was a hodgepodge, sections of different amplifiers which I recognised, all copy pasted together and in a ridiculous way that made it ridiculously perform, not in a good way. And yeah, it was just, it's like they grabbed a little bit of every amp and just shoved it all together, and it just looked like Homer's barbecue when he tried to make it off the off the instructions. Andy Lederman, discuss. No. Nice looking amp. I remember seeing Lyle's site many years ago and thinking his pedals look good. Does he make them anymore? No. So he was making them, and basically it almost fucking ended him. I'm pretty sure he'd be happy with me saying this, but I think he got a lot of orders and had supply chain issues, and then had all sorts of other problems and personal problems, and it made it hell on earth trying to make pedals and make a living off them. So he eventually just got all the orders out the door and just fucking called it no more pedals. And yeah, I kind of agree with him there. His pedals are legendary. There's people that still do reviews about them and stuff, and you see some secondhand, and they're all built by him. You know, if you see one secondhand, I'd be fucking snapping that up, even if I had to buy it from the States or whatever. Because yeah, they're great sounding pedals, and I may not have the schematic. No. I'd love to build Lyle stuff and license him, but I'm in Australia. It's hard enough for me to build shit. Our market's so rarefied here because the population's so sparse. If I had the ability to ship to the US and the UK, or I do have the ability to ship to the UK and EU, but if I had the ability to ship to the US without as much difficulty as we have now, I may consider it, but it's not possible at the moment. So until things change, I'm not going to be counting on the US market for much. And that's where a lot of the stuff will sell, because you guys have a fuck ton of people over there. I still want to buy a Rec DSL TSL to try your boards. Any chance for a kit of these? Kit? Oh, you mean to make the board yourself? No. I tried that and it didn't go well. One guy tried to pull all the parts from the old board, and then he said nothing fits. I said, what do you mean? And then I said, send me photos. And he was trying to pull out all the little tiny quarter watt resistors and reuse them in the new board, which had different spacings. I said, no, I sent you the fucking bill of materials. You're supposed to order those parts. And he said, no, I don't have money for that. I'm using the parts off the old board. And I said, holy fuck. No, that's it. Not selling the bare boards anymore. 2 others I sold. They were to really good techs. But if you're opening that up to the public, fuck me. So much support bullshit. I get enough emails how it is. I was going to do an email stream today, champions, where you see how boring it is to be a tech by seeing all the fucking non-glorious shit that we have to do when the camera's switched off. I was going to force you through that and show you what it's like to respond to 50, 60 emails in one sitting, often requiring a good 15 minutes, 20 minutes of thought and response. Just to see the bad side of being a tech. I was thinking about getting a GoPro and attaching it to my fucking head or my chest and just showing you literally a 12-hour day in the life of a guitar tech. No holds barred, just like fucking Truman Show type shit. I don't think many people will watch it, but it would be a good what's the word I'm thinking of? Like a down to earth buzzkill. I don't know. Just a good reality check. It'd be a good reality check on what day-to-day life as a tech is and how tedious it can be dealing with the non-fun side. We generally only show you guys the fun side, but that's like 25% of the job. 75% of it's non-fun. So yeah. The tricky bit being a lot of it would have to be, even that would have to be sort of curated so we're not doxing people by answering emails and messages and opening packages and stuff like that and writing job sheets, blah, blah, blah. So it'd have to be an edited video probably just to blur shit out. Not edited timeline-wise, but have to go in there and maybe blur some shit, you know, so it could be a bit tricky. Excuse me. Pastor, your mum died from complications of lupus. She was only 49. Holy shit, man. That's rough. I must say, hearing that it's never the output transformer is a joke among techs makes me feel better about my damaged dual Sherman reverb. It stopped working after shipping damage deformed OT. Well, yeah, that'll do it. Hey Brad, I have a cheap unicord amp, love it. Anyway, the reverb tank is like the size of a pack of cigarettes and the solder joints on the chassis say nothing. How can I tell which is the input? Well, you can touch it with a screwdriver or something and see if you hear the pop when you touch it and see if it buzzes more. Alternatively, if you have an oscilloscope, you can see which one the signal's present on. If it's the size of a pack of cigarettes, I'd say it would be a crystal-driven crystal-driven reverb, which means it's probably directly plate-driven or, you know, via a cap, but high impedance, very high impedance, and you're going to struggle to get a replacement without redesigning large bits of the circuit. I've had the same issue on some Tesco amps. Really difficult to replace the reverb on those. Nothing's available off the shelf, and nothing is in such a high impedance that it'll work directly out of the box. You may have to introduce like a power amplifier stage to drive that. The recovery coil, you'll probably be fine using the existing circuit as long as you match the impedance on the output, which may be hard to find. And if it is crystal driven and crystal received, you can have very high impedance on that. So yeah, replacing that can be a real pain in the ass. Sorry to deliver the bad news. Those Yamaha Rebstar guitars sound awesome. Lyle hates them, so people's idea of good tone is different. I don't think he hates it. It just wasn't for him. I think he said it was a very well-built guitar, and he actually kind of glazed it a bit. I think it just wasn't for him. Like PRSs, he can appreciate that they're really well made, but it doesn't feel like home for him. I did have a PRS recently, an SE, but it was a carved top SE with a real deep carve on it. It was Korean made, I think. It was fucking fantastic guitar. I was really blown away by that. I think I took some photos because I was so impressed. Divide by 13 were recently acquired by Two Rock. Okay. And I think they've made some build improvements. Well, that's good, because how they were before was fucking shocking. Two Rock know what they're doing now. Early on they had, you could see the learning curve kicking in, but I was below their level when they started, so I can't judge. But yeah, they've really improved. And again, it's another amp manufacturer who is constantly growing, constantly improving, and I have nothing but respect for that. And they seem to be making some of the best amps in the world now, which is fantastic. The fact that I don't see many through here, and when I do, it's just like a, I don't know, dirty jack or something, it's nothing major, is a testament to that. And there weren't many out here until they sort of ramped up production. So pretty much all the ones out here are sort of after they figured everything out. So we've got a pretty good market here for them. Never played a Revstar, but the older Pacificas are really nice. But yeah, everyone's tastes are different. I had one of the first Revstars that ever came into the country. Excuse me, my throat's starting to get a bit rough towards the end of the stream. Sorry about that. Its bridge was out of position by like 1/4 of an inch. We could not get the thing to in tone. Tried multiple strings, and then I thought, hang on, I measured the scale length, and I'm like, holy fuck, the scale length doesn't match the frets. That was a prototype, because one of my customers is sponsored by Yamaha. He sent it back, and they sent him a new one with it addressed. How the fuck did they get that wrong? I don't know. Unless it was designed for another bridge and some other bridge got put on it. Like it might have been designed for a... I don't know. No idea. But yeah, it was off. It was off by like 1/4 of an inch. It was crazy. They fixed it. Like it's not a problem now, but that very early guitar, I'm talking 10 years ago. They, 10, probably like 8. I was still at home workshop. I didn't have this place. I've been here 6 years, so... Sorry, I'm running errands. Can't see the responses. I'll have to check them when I get home. BE100 versus JVM versus DSL. Obvious price differences. Aside from that, what's your take? If you get the DSL, you're going to have to replace the board, chances are, unless it's a revision 10. Even then, they've got some weaknesses. JVM, out of the box, is probably going to be fine. If you don't have to service it too much, it's going to be fine. But bear in mind, some of those components, you'll have to delicately treat it because some of those components aren't available and are hard to find, and they're a little bit delicate. BE100's a brick shithouse. Sounds awesome. Try that. I'd suggest trying the BE100 first if you can get your hands on one. If that fits the bill tone-wise, go for that. It'll be with you forever. You'll fucking have it forever. It's great. If you can't, if the BE doesn't suit you, try the DSL or the TSL, and just bear in mind you might have to replace the board. But if you find one in good condition, tonality-wise, you're not going to be too far off that mark. Speaking of Mark, thanks for the $5, Mark. You legend. Someone else gave me a donation before and I skimmed past it. Sorry, I just realised I did that. Colby Jack, sorry, mate. Hello, Brad. Brad's Guitar Garage. A few days ago, Derek, sent a donation to you, Dry July efforts. Thank you, mate. Was that you, Derek? All right, I don't know who's who. Sorry. You legend. I still haven't responded to that. I just saw it come through today, so I'll answer your... and anyone else's donations. Thank you very much, legends. It's something something I really appreciate. Oh, that was brilliant. The point-to-point analogy. Sorry about my dyslexic typing. That's all right, mate. We're all a bit dyslexic here. I missed a comment earlier. I love a PCB printer at home. I'd be so lazy, no more wiring. Well, you know what? It's actually the opposite. PCB layout, because you're committing to it, you really need to triple think about that. You need to do a prototype, make sure everything's good, because everything can apply in theory, but when you actually get the thing in person and install it and try it out, there might be something you missed, right? So I always do a prototype run of 5 boards because that's the bare minimum. But why would you want a PCB printer at home when China is your PCB printer? We just get them from JLC PCB. A couple of days to get here, and the Gervers upload directly onto their website. Straight away you get a preview of what it looks like. You can select the board thickness, all the copper thickness, all the specs that you want. It's just unbelievable what we've got at our fingertips these days. It's so good. And yeah, they're really good. Scrolling up. I have no money. Well, you've got $5 less now, Mark. Thanks for that, buddy. Yeah, John's sound amazing, though he's through his first head. It sounds just as good as his Sir does, just a little different. And you were talking about someone? Someone gave me a Fender Squier Strat and thinking of getting the Fishman Fluence pickup set. They have like a 60-hour charge. Hang on. 60-hour charge for the pickups. Greg Koch helped design them. Not an active PU guy. So, Joe, if you're interested in the Fishman Fluence, check out the classic set because they're a bit more traditionally voiced, minus the noise issues. I am going to do the classic set here, and I'm going to do the modern set for the metal guys because a lot of the metal guys like using them. They're an alternative to EMG and very, very high output. So I can't just put a mod reverb. Probably not Goody Guitars. I reckon that's... I'm going to stand up for a bit because my ass is going numb. Probably not Goody Guitars. I reckon that's probably going to be a crystal-driven reverb. See if you can find a schematic for it, and that'll let you know. I still use old beginner guitars. That's all right. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe I'll just turn the reverb off and put a Zoom 505 in front of it and drink a lot of beer. Sounds good. But if you're not using a heavily overdriven amp and reverbing that, just try a reverb in front of the amp. If you're not overdriving the signal, you can put the reverb between your guitar and the amp, no problem. I know about the non-fun side. I'm trying to lift the board on a Mesa Roadster. Oh, oof, that's one of the worst ones, man. What a fucking nightmare. I'm curious about the ferrite bead versus grid stopper sounds in these. The ferrite bead versus grid stopper sounds. Okay, so these are ferrite bead on the grids, but that doesn't work in combination with the Miller capacitance, or does it? I don't know. I'll have to look into that. That may work. Also, bias Sunday. What? Just upgraded an Ibanez and a Michael Kelly guitar. Oh man, the Michael Kelly wiring was a mess. Had to gut the guitar. The pot nut was stripped and had to cut them off with a drill. Fuck, I've been there, Joe. When the bushing starts spinning and you can't grab it because it's just above the nut, and you just got to mangle it to get it off. You just got to basically, it's a total loss. What I've managed to do is pull the shaft out of the pot, like with fucking brute force, and that rips it out of the wafer. And then now that you've removed the shaft, you can use a set of these things to crush the bushing. Just, again, brute force, just crush the bushing inwards, the nut and everything, like a nut breaker. And then you can sometimes get it out without using the Dremel, because the Dremel makes everything hot, and then you risk melting the pick guard if it's on a pick guard, or the lacquer. Fucking nightmare. Been there, mate. I'm bald for a reason. I like the divided by 13 CJ11 amp. It's like a 5E3 Tweed Deluxe with treble bass controls and a master volume. Let me see if I can find that divided by 13 schematic. It might even be on this laptop. Let me have a look. Someone gave me another donation. I'll get to that just a sec. I haven't forgotten it. Schematics. Nope. Is it on the cloud? I think I went over it in the video. I did a video on that one, I think. Oh, no, here it is. All right. So, I'm sitting down again. I got to sit down for this one, champions. So, let's have a look at the schematic. Oh, no, I don't want to install... Why would I need to install a font pack for a fucking hand-drawn schematic? What's going on? Why is it not showing? Close. Let me try that again. No, just won't open it. Is it downloading? Maybe it needs to be on a local drive. That's weird. I've never had this problem before with Adobe. Oh, now it's frozen. Anyway, I think I did a video on that one, so just go look up the video, champions. Now I'm sitting down again. Wrong camera angle. I just found a knockoff of Caesar's Square Face, and combining it with the Stage Amps fuzz circuit is way fun. I'm tired of doing things right. I've got no idea what those things are, but it certainly sounds like fun. Anna Sounds, a French pedal company, makes small reverb tanks to go with their pedals. The smallest is barely larger than a full-size pedal. But again, that's probably coil driven. Mark, have a beer, coffee on me. Thanks, mate. What was the name of Lyle's pedal? It was the Psionic. Was it Try something? Let me have a look. He made a few, I think. The Telos. Oh, no, he does offer the Triad. I thought it was a Triad, yeah. Create, innovate, deviate. So he had the... .314 fuzz. Sorry, I should screen share for this, desk share. So he had the 314 fuzz. I don't know what the name behind that is. Singing distortion. He had the Triad. Alright, so he's got the right up there. I mean, you can look at his page and see him. And he's got the Telos. The Telos is the one that everyone raves about. I think he might have just produced more of them. I'm not sure. The end result of a logical process. Aristotle, you need this. I love his quotes. Everything's with a tongue in cheek. Yeah, it'd be great to make them again. But as you see, they're very high quality. Like, he didn't cut corners. They're not your average home spray painted pedal champions. They're not hung from the clothesline to finish them, you know. So yeah, I'd love to get my hands on one. I might keep an eye out for one. Another champion who makes fucking incredible pedals is my mate, good mate of mine. Literally, I'm not joking. Parco Casanovas. I'll see if he's got... has he got a website still? He used to have a website. Oh yeah, Casanova Solutions. Here we go. Willkommen. So yeah, it's in Swiss German, but it is what it is. Desk share. There he is. I don't know what I'm clicking. And fart. Okay. Well, that's where he is. His location. Has he got his pedals on here? I think you gotta ask him. Yeah, oh yeah, that's his pedals. So he builds the Casanova Drive pedals. He did a little cartoon in there too, and they got a valve in them. They're very well made. They've got Weema caps and high voltage supply. He's made. I think he makes his own DC to DC converter boards for the high voltage for the valve. Yeah, very, very well regarded pedals. I'd love to get one actually, just for my own purposes to play and just to know that Parco built it. We love buying each other's stuff, champions, because you know, it's like we can't be with each other in person, but we can play each other's products, and it's like having a little bit of that person there with you. Thanks for being all 5 of you. What? Multiple personality disorder. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I think I'm pretty much the same person to everyone. I don't think certainly don't change my personality to stream or make videos. What you see is what you get with me, champions. I'll buy one and sell it back to him at a profit. He's not going to buy his own pedal. He's still got some anyway. Have you ever taken a look inside a Swart amp? Their stereo amps intrigue me. Have I? Let me see. Oh, here's one, champions. That's how you know I'm not bullshitting you. I actually am a tech. You're naming all these amps, and almost everyone we've aimed today, I've fucking got one here. It probably means I just got to hurry up and fix the fucking things. But this one has just got a bad trem. So the trem's not working. Everything else is working fine. Let's have a quick look. Let's do what we came here for, champions. Oh, that's not good. The piping's coming loose. I'll have to press that back in. Yeah, I just felt that. Then when I turned it over, piping's a bit tricky to do even with Tolex, but doing it with Tweed's a real pain in the ass. You need a bit of give to it, and the Tweed doesn't have as much of a give, and you got to heat it up before you push it in. Beautiful sounding amp, but tremolo stopped working. I have seen Lyle's videos on these, and I'm not a big fan of how they've done, like implemented the circuit, like the layout, the construction methods, but they seem to be pretty solid. Kind of old school build. Click. Until having oh no, this one's good. This one's different. This one's completely different than the ones I've seen. Wow. Okay. No, this is great. That's a nicely just that there's a lot of wiring going on down there, champions, but this is completely different from the other ones I've seen. This almost looks like maybe a later revision. A little bit of the old sort of, well, the newer sort of Vox style boards. They're just 2 runs of turrets there. IC film caps, they're fine. Sprague Atom bypass caps. We've got a JJ's multi-section, which is not a bad cap. I've used them before as the main filter. The disadvantage of a multi-can cap is you can't steer your grounds. You can't isolate the grounds, so you're locked into one ground for everything. So your noise floor can only get so low. But you know, it is what it is. They're using CTS pots on the front panel. They're the good CTS ones too. Switchcraft jacks, ceramic tube sockets, which I'm not a massive fan of, but as long as you're careful with them and don't hurt them. They've got JJ's valves. They've got some Brother P touch labels. Must be a Brad's Guitar Garage amp. JJ 6v6s. So keen as to dig into that. It looks like, yeah, cathode biased. They've got looks like they've got a sag resistor down there on the HT, which is mounted to the chassis. That's a good way of doing it to avoid having a rectifier valve, particularly in such a small chassis. Looks like 3mm aluminium, nicely made chassis. Oh, that's held by the back cover screws. Oh, good thing I had it sitting downwards. When I removed the back cover, the whole chassis would have fallen down. Yeah, well, I'm aware of that now. Yeah, looks really well made. Cool. Keen as to get into that. I'll do a video on that one because it's good to be positive every now and then, champions, you know? And that way all the haters that say I just hate every amp, I can just send them a link and go, nope, you're wrong. Here's a video that refutes what you just said. Oh, you legend. Here's a donation for Dry July for having one of the best entertaining channels for amp repair. Keep the videos going. Thank you, Gippo. Bloody legend. I'm going to have to go through and collect all those donations and donate them myself now. Again, champions, the link is there. I'll just give it to you again. That's what she said. Oh, nope. Wrong link. That's Rob Robinette. There we go. So yeah, save your donations for me and just if you're going to donate to me, just donate to Dry July instead. It'll save me the trouble of having to pull out the money and donate it myself. I'd really appreciate it, champions. Messi is a ferrite bead instead of a grid stopper on V1. I guess that'll work. But maybe not, because ferrite bead, the size of it determines the frequency. So it'd need to be pretty fucking big to filter down to like just above audio frequency. So that'd only filter out really high RF. Imagine the 314s and muffs since the 34. Pi, yeah, of course. Duh. See, Lars? Always switched on. I'm just a dumbass. All these jokes go over my head. That's why I'm bald. 3.14, of course. Pi. Fuck. Caesar Diaz. Squareface. Yeah, Caesar Diaz. Squareface. He was Stevie's Amp Tech. And they are about $2,000 now. Caesar died tragically in 2002. He played on stage with Bob Dylan and did tech work. Yeah, so I know who you're talking about now. Sorry, I didn't know what Squareface was. Lolo was like he's going to walk off camera and bring a sword with him. And yes, he did. Interesting, the caps under the resistors. The caps under the resistors. Well, those resistors don't dissipate a lot. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're more likely to have to change the cap over time, so you've got to remove the resistor first. However, in a board constructed in that method, so I see so many people that get confused, and some of these amp heroes that think they're the best fucking amp manufacturer on the face of the planet and everyone else is a cocksucker, they are the ones that do it the most. They get confused about how the turrets work. You're not supposed to wrap the leads around the turret and then put the wires in the top. That's fucking stupid. You're supposed to put the components in the top so you can just pull them out again without disturbing the wiring. The wiring should go around the turret. The component should go through the top of the turret, right? The only exception being if you've got link wires underneath, they clearly have to come through the center of the turret, and then they should be rounded over at the top like a little hook and then soldered, the excess trimmed off. I see so many people that wrap the leads around the turret 10 times, and then when you got to change your component out, first you got to unsolder all the fucking wiring, melt the insulation in the process because the turrets take a fair bit of heat to warm up. And then you've got to pull the wiring off, and then you've got to unwrap and fucking desolder and spend ages. If you just put the soldering on the top of the turret, if the component's going through the top of the turret, heat it up a little bit, lift it out comes a part. You can change it, you can substitute it, you can modify it. These fuckwits that all think they're the best amp manufacturers in the world, they don't know fuck all. And it's very clear. And that's part of the reason they sometimes don't show the internal construction of their amplifiers, because they know it'll get ripped to shreds by anyone that knows anything about it. So, is what it is. If anyone tells you they're the best in the world, instantly walk away, because no one with any self-awareness would say that. Well, champions, I do believe we've caught up on chat. I do believe I got a case of the vapors. I've got to go at 10. But we've got when did we start? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Giving you a 4-hour stream. Holy shit. I do have to pee, however. And I would like another coffee. I'm not going to be able to get a coffee anywhere because it's Sunday. Yeah, good move, Joe. Let me just go check. Hang on. Refresh. $60 plus fee from Joe McGraw. Thank you, mate. McGraw. And there's Derek's Colby Jack's donation. Colby Jack, he's glad to help the real champions. You legends. So yeah, we've cracked on it. We're over 850 now, champions. We're almost going to crack the $1,000 mark. Hey! I only set the target to $1,000 because I knew everyone was a bit hard up for cash this time of year, or this time of century. But yeah, I didn't want to go fishing for too much. But yeah, only donate if you comfortably can do so, champions. I'm not pushing you for it. I think the worst thing I saw was some dude making crappy point-to-point pedals, yeah, and dripping Maker's mark wax in them. Like that works for some special shit. Man, the point-to-point pedal guys are a special breed. Because if you bring up the IPC soldering standards, they lose their fucking shit. And it becomes a personal attack on you if you say anything. You don't know what you're talking about. I've never had a problem with that. They fucking get so aggressive, man. I just dropped the link to the IPC soldering standard handbook in one of their fucking... You should have seen them hit the roof. It was fucking hilarious. It's like, oh, sorry, objective reality doesn't apply to you. Okay, fuckwit. Yeah, the point-to-point... The guys who spray paint the inside of the pedals, the special breed, those guys. It's all about Instagram. It's not about... It's about cloning pre-existing pedals and making money off 80-year-old designs because they look pretty because they spray painted and put their brand on the inside of the box instead of the outside. And, you know, the first question I always ask is, you put all the components in, then you built a spider web of bus wire behind it, nothing insulated. How the fuck do you change a pot? How do you change a switch? I would look at that. I don't care what the fucking thing's worth. I'd look at that and go, take it back to who made it. I'm not touching it. Yeah, Reeves got pissed off at me for similar. And I said, that's going to break on the road and no one's going to be able to fix that rat's nest. You can, but it'll take fucking like 2 hours. Yeah, it's, yeah, thanks, Joe. You bloody legend. I remember the year 1,000 new pedals debuted at NAMM. See, that's why I'm not into pedals. They're just so boring. I don't know. It's just the same old shit rehashed over and over and over and over again. Every now and then someone comes out with something cool and that's awesome. But so much of the time it's just arts and crafts for old men. And they all claim that they're... The reason... They need something to set them aside from the competition, right? Because they're just making another fucking fuzz face or something boring as shit. So they go, oh, let's put paper and oil caps from the Soviet in there. Oh, wow, that's going to fucking... Oh, that's what sets us apart. Fucking... No, it doesn't. It's a capacitor. Shut up. I just got no time for that shit. Too busy keeping musicians playing on the road. I don't have time to fucking... Yeah. I don't know. It's just frustrating because there's a constant stream of misinformation that point to point is the best and everything else sucks. That's misinformation. It's just a lie. And people just parrot it. And it's fucking frustrating because people spend $1,000 on one of these pedals plus $2,000. And then they come here and want it repaired. I'm like, I have to explain to them, you kind of got fucking conned. And then they look at me like I'm bullshitting them. And it's like, hang on, I'm not the one getting money out of you. I'm the one telling you the truth. The one that took you $2,000 is the one you should be angry at, not for me telling you that I pretty much have to deconstruct this entire pedal to replace the fucking pot. And even then, you can't just put two wires together like that and solder them and expect it to last. It's not an IPC compliant solder joint. Sorry, it's not. It's just objective reality. If you get mad at objective reality, that's your you problem. That's a personal problem, not a fucking me problem. Anyway, don't forget to use those new old stock electrolytics. Yeah. These guys just buy surplus trash from deceased estates and then just assign it some kind of mythical fucking qualities just to charge you the earth for their pedals. It's all, just look at where the money's going, look at who's charging you through the nose for a fucking fuzz face, and then ask who's the actual enemy there. Not the tech that's giving you a warning, it's the person who's charging you the money. When I die, my pedals are going in the dumpster. Why? Give them away, mate. There's lots of young guitarists that would love to have them. So we've still got, 40 minutes? What are we going to look at? You know what we're going to look at, champions? You guys have been very good to stick around this long. So I think you deserve something special. Something you don't see often. Something rare. Something highly sought after. And I've got just the thing. Hey! Speaking of grumpy texts. There goes my back. All right. You're never going to guess this one. Electrical engineer? Nope. I wish. So, looks like static, doesn't it? Do you want to put down guesses? What amp do you reckon's in this road case? You're not going to get it. If anyone gets it, I'll donate. If you guess what this is within the next 5 minutes, actually, I'm going to go make a cup of tea and take a piss. And if I come back and someone's accurately guessed what it is, I'm going to donate $100 into my own Dry July. I've already donated $100 in there, but I'm back in a second, champions. I'll just make sure I mute myself so you don't listen to my peeing. All right, how do we go? Excuse me. Do you advise doing an IPC course, Brad? It can't hurt. I sort of just followed everything in the booklet because I got a copy of the booklet. But I've sort of been soldering that way my whole life anyway because Dad taught me. Dad wasn't backwards and coming forwards. If my soldering wasn't up to scratch, he'd fucking let me know. I had an original fuzz face when I was young. I didn't like it, so I sold it for probably $20. Oof. All right, so we've got some guesses here. For 8 power amps, an Australian build. Is that Queens of the Stone Age amp the Queens of the Stone Age used? No, that's a Decade. This is a rack case. It's Peavey, no. Carver, no. Rivera, no. Garnet, no. Garnet? It's in a rack case. Worked on an old 70s Morley wire. Very cool. Has a tiny bulb that initiates the wire. Yeah, I've worked on some of the later ones that had an LED. Golden tone. It's a rack. It's a rack case. Well, I've got to say, Scotty got the closest. Not quite. Sort of. I don't know. It's a bit of a grey area, that one. I might have to just donate to myself out of because he was pretty close. It's a VHT 2150 power amp. I'd say Scotty's... Is Scotty right there? He said Fryette. It's a VHT. Alright, so the report on this is it's got one dead channel. got those horrible impedance switches. VHT equals fry out. So I guess, yeah, you're right there, Scotty. I guess I'll have to donate to myself. There goes my lunch money. Are you going to reform the caps or pull them apart like you did that one time sent in the video? Yeah, because he's a big cap reformer, isn't he? No, I'm probably not going to reform the caps, no. I was going to say SVT, VHT. Yes, if only we knew how much gear from and the guitars would be worth now. But Norman Harris, something I did, very smart of him. I don't know who that is. So I'm seeing old Bonamassa. Old Bonamassa, he's jumped on the digital train. He's getting paid some undisclosed amount of money to advertise Fender's new fucking digital things. Well, he's still taking money from, I don't know about the ethics of that. He's still taking money from my mate Andy Fukes, who's building his amps, and then he's taken on another sponsorship from Fender at the same time, and he's promoting that one now. So I don't know about the ethics of that bloke. Of course, I could have told you that years ago, but something tells me he just takes money from whoever will give it to him. And that's probably why he advertised some of the amps I've got a fucking battle with, and people are like, oh, it must be good. Bonamassa used it. No. Bonamassa does use some shit amps. He just collects everything. He buys something for a ridiculous amount and then plays it for 3 minutes and then puts it in a cupboard. What's the fucking point of that? And then you got these people that have saved their whole life to buy the amp that Bonamassa had a photo taken with, and they don't realise he played it maybe at one gig and then put it in a cupboard and never played it again, and these people are trying to play it for 20 plus years. So I'd say Joe Bonamassa, he's not a very reliable source when it comes to what amps are good and what aren't. I'd say almost he's somewhat untrustworthy. You've seen his merch shop. If an item exists in the world, you can buy it with his name on it. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Chib Workshop. There you go, legend. Wakefield Amps, what's happening? Greasy. Love bubbles. Let's have a sneak peek in this little bugger. Yeah, he's just a gear hoarder. Ah, that's very unexciting. Jesus, some big ass caps. What's the 650 microfarad? Fucking hell. 350 volts DC. Okay, so they're in series, so it's only like 325. That's interesting. Never seen piggyback transformers before. And that one's loose. So you must have like a preamp transformer and or one for the solid state circuitry. Maybe it's got three wires coming out, so it might be for if there's solid state stuff in it too, bipolar, whatever. Two chunky output transformers, big toroidal for the main transformer and smaller toroidal on top, piggybacking it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The mystery isn't that Joe has $200 million. It's now we know where he got it from, all these sponsorships. He gets paid to like things. I don't. I get paid to fix things. Therefore, I dislike many things. I'd say his opinion on amps, unless he's just talking about the tonality, even then everything's questionable. Once you're on the take like that, you can't really be trusted with any of your opinions. And if you hear him on stage playing an amp, it sounds good, fair enough, but doesn't say anything about what's been done to it to make it reliable or or what its value for money is, you know. One of those screws just has a bit of stuff stuck in it. Just dig that out, otherwise we'll strip the screw when we try and undo it. Someone's been in there a few times before because these screws are all reamed out a bit. People just use their drill and just go, brrr, you know, ugga dugga. All right, what were we talking about? Inverted circuit boards. Got old mate taking a shit. We've got some mods. You can see down there was a 100-watt version as well. I haven't chimed in a while. Fuck Bonamassa. Hey, yeah. He doesn't repair amps. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 valve amp positions, and you got 2 out of 4 per side populated, so it's a 2x50 watt, I assume, 50-ish watt, depending on plate voltage. You've got some mods happening here. So these look, well, they're tack soldered, like we were talking about, our point to point. And this has had a pretty quiet studio life, but I'm not sure if they are from the factory or if they're a field repair. But off this, I know we don't have I could probably get a schematic. I'll look for a schematic first, and then we can pretty much, off the tracks, we can identify like what we're looking at. So he's got some labels down here on the, there's old mate doing a big fat poo. I should get my white pen and draw a little poo coming out. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? But you've got things like choke, B-, what? Standby. You got some labels here to follow. A lot of this stuff doesn't have anything soldered into it, so this might be for a dual monoblock version, which has got 2 power supplies, possibly. Red AC, B plus, red B plus. Because over here you've got the same thing mirrored, so he might have a dual power transformer version. Not sure. I'll do a bit of research, but off this we should be able to determine like what these tracks are. You know the pinouts of the valves. You know what the pinouts are. So off that you can determine what the grid stopper is. You can check your voltages. Working out from the valve sockets, you can deduce a lot just from like by virtue of what pins are what voltages you fucking hell, need another coffee. What voltages you would expect on each pin. So you go through and check all of them first, and you can tell if one of the channels has failed. Well, it's probably not the power supply because they both share a power supply. So it could be a plate resistor or something. Could be just a valve. Could be one of the phase inverters. Could be a screen grid resistor or something. So by going through and checking all the voltages throughout, just without even a schematic, just going off the pinouts of the valves and working your way back through the traces, you can probably sort the problem out. It is a double-sided board. It's through-hole plated, very high quality, kind of old school. Well, it's a pretty old unit. But looks like very, very high quality board for the time. A lot of people weren't using them back then because they're expensive. These days they're not. Well, even a board this size would be significant. But yeah, doesn't look like he cut many corners on this one, which is great to see. And my lens has started creeping downwards again with the zoom. Like that. It stops eventually. So yeah, I'll probably fire this one at fire this one up gently and just check the voltages and go from there. But yeah, just quick look at it. I love the front panel. What's there not to love? The purple really doesn't come out on camera. It's more of like a hot pink anodizing, and the panny boy just can't comprehend that colour. There is something, I heard something moving around in the chassis. Solder blob. So yeah, I don't think that would have been from the factory, knowing the standard of work that Steve does. So I'd say that's probably from rework. So maybe this stuff up here is rework, but that's a bit suspect now. I don't really trust when the previous techs let blobs of solder land on the chassis and not clean them up. That means all their other work's questionable now. Yeah, but a big amp for a 50 watt a channel stereo thing. It's massive. What is it, 4 rack units? What's that work out to? 872? 176? No, that's more like, yeah, 176. So that's 4 rack units high. The rack unit being 44 millimeters. That's the standard anyway. Now I see the shitting guy. Yeah, it's a 2150. Yeah. So that'll be fun to get into. Let's see if I've got some documents on that and go from there. What else is it a quick show and tell? Oh, yeah, so I didn't have any milk, so I can't really have a cup of tea. But non-alcoholic beer's not alcoholic, so do you want to do a quick review? So Sierra Nevada was one of my favourite beers. And I love the Torpedo IPA, double IPA. And it comes in a half litre or 1 pint can out here, or used to. I can't find it anywhere now. So, the first time I had it, that mate I'm going to see in Sydney today, it was actually at his house. He just finished building his house, and we went around there. Twice it happened. One time was, one time we were working in his backyard, and we got some of this, or the Torpedo IPA, and he was laying concrete in his backyard. And my brother had started drinking this shit. And back then we were pretty new to the craft beers, especially the strong ones. And my brother had like a half dozen drinking them like their normal beers, and they were like 8%. So he was trying to screed the concrete after like, I don't know, half a dozen 8% half litre beers, and he almost fell in the concrete. They had to wrangle him for the rest of the afternoon because he couldn't handle his piss. And I wasn't there that time, but I heard about it. And then one other time I went around there, and I'd not had a beer that strong at that point. I don't think. This is several years ago, a lot of years ago. And cracked it out. I didn't realise what strength it was. I'm having a few, and before he knew it, I was playing air guitar with his vacuum cleaner and all sorts of shit. Listening to Van Halen. After I've finished installing some cabinets in his new house. But yeah, I love the Torpedo. I think it's a great beer. So it'll be interesting to see what their non-alcoholic beers are like, because it's always hard to recreate that fullness, that mouthfeel in a non-alcoholic beer. So Sierra Nevada Trail Pass IPA non-alcoholic. It's 0.1 standard drink, so technically 0.5% alcohol, about the same as a piece of fruit. Let's grab a glass and see what it looks like. I reckon it's going to be like a deeper orange, almost red colour, maybe. Just deep orange colour. Probably not that cloudy. I've found that Sierra Nevadas tend not to have a lot of cloud to them. Let's go to the face cam so you can see me pour it. Let's see how it looks. There we go, look at that. I'll just clean the glass. Don't stress, legends. Oh no, it's a pale colour. Oh shit, it's hard to do this. So it's pale. I already can smell the hops, but it's still got that kind of don't know, like a almost like a soapy kind of smell that a lot of the non-alcs have. Let's see how we go. Oh, it's definitely there on the nose. But yeah, it's amazing how much the alcohol does affect it. It's really hard to create an IPA that's really full in the nostrils and the mouthfeel. Oh, that's really good. That's one of the best. It's got the bitterness. It must be late hopped. Or dry hopped, sorry. And again, it's lacking the syrupy mouthfeel and the full silkiness of an alcoholic beer, but the IPAs are the hardest to recreate because they are so strong in the alcohol in their natural form that it's a massive contrast. So they've really got their work cut out for them to make a non-alcoholic IPA that's decent at all, and I think they've really cut it on that one. Damn yeah. Brad, what's your coffee order? I can drop one off. What? Where are you? That's all right. I'll get one. I'll get one for Michelle because I've got to make her one when I get home. Got to go at 10, but I've got to make Michelle one, so I'll just make another one. Pardon me. But probably the 2150 is pretty much straightforward. Yeah, it's just a power amp. Should be pretty simple to sort out. Pardon me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Not bad. And you can have beer for breakfast when you're drinking non-alcohol. It's like tea. You're in Glenbrook? No, you can't come. Glenbrook's my hometown. No, it's all right. I've got the coffee machine at home. I do have to order another bag of coffee, though. It's really good. I'd give that score-wise probably a 7 out of 10. The only one that got above that so far was the Tiny But Mighty by Garage Project Brewing in New Zealand. That's all right. It's all right, Goody Guitars. No stress, mate. You can take the piss out of me all you want. I'm on the internet, bro. I've got a pretty thick skin. Oh, man. We've already started planning the first beer, 1st of August, and it conveniently lands on a Saturday. Woo-woo. So, on the 1st of August, we're going to finish up work at the shop. Then I'm going to jump on a train, head to Sydenham, and we're going to go to some of the breweries there, and I'm going to sit with the boys, and we're going to order my first beer. I'd probably get there at about probably 3:30 p.m. Once I've closed the shop at 2. I'll see if it might close at 12 on Saturday. I'll just put a notice out to people. It might go from maybe 8 to 12. Open a bit longer in the morning instead of 10, just so everyone can get here. And who knows, might have no customers that day and whatever. I'll go at 12 and get out there probably around 1:30. Do a bit of day drinking with the boys. Crack a beer at probably first beer would probably be forget the name of the place. Batch Brewing, probably the first one. So if anyone lives in Sydney who wants to crack on for a beer, 1st of August, champions, send me a message. I won't make much sense about amps, though, after 3 or 4 beers. I won't want to talk about amps either. I'll be so fucking sick of them. Working 12 hours a day, every day. Do you guys get Athletic Brewing Co. in Australia? I haven't seen that one. I think they do non-alcoholic beers. Been flogged with ads, but never tried one. Yeah, non-alcoholic beers, they're not much cheaper. Sometimes they're more expensive. My voice is starting to go. Sorry, legends. Sometimes they're more expensive because of the processes need to remove the alcohol. Because you need the alcohol to be there to get the aromatics and stuff how they are. But then they have to extract it. I don't know the process, but I've had multiple brewers tell me that there's a reason that it's sometimes more expensive than alcoholic beer, and it's not because of the taxes, it's because of the extra effort required to remove the alcohol. And the ones that brew with minimal alcohol, that don't generate much alcohol, like when you're doing homebrew, you can make low alcohol beers just by reducing the amount of fermentable sugars, but then they end up pretty boring tasting beers. So it's a bit of a balancing act. But yeah, that first beer's going to fucking hit the spot, I'll tell you what. Hopefully it's a warm day. Don't know what the weather's like yet. It's a month away, half a month away. So we're just coming up to the halfway mark, which is on Thursday. Then it's all downhill from there, champions. Oh shit, that's one thing I almost forgot. TK, thank you, brother. Legend, $37. Membership gifting time, legends. Almost forgot. 5 gifts. Away they go. I haven't produced any members only content for ages. I'm sorry about that. I'll get to it. I just get so proud of whenever I edit a video because I do it so rarely these days. I just want everyone to see it straight away. I just wonder what... Maybe you guys could tell me. I mean, you're the audience after all. What members-only content would you like to see? The members out there. There's plenty of members here. Just let us know... let us know what you'd like to see if I did members-only content. Generally, the members-only content would be great for stuff that's very niche. Maybe just meant for other techs, that kind of thing. But then if there's something that is a systemic problem... What? Pardon me. Actually, let's show you a systemic problem. I'll give you a... See, this is what I do. I always bust my nut before I fucking save it for the good stuff. So, if there's stuff that's important for tech, so I kind of want it to be out there for everyone because I want people to get benefit from it. But I guess deep dives, controversial topics, maybe tonality mods, stuff that I don't like being out there, you know, giving all your secrets away, that kind of thing. More deep dives into schematics and topology and the things you're working on. Yeah. Maybe just longer videos. Maybe the members only ones will be the full format videos, and I'll just cut the public ones down to the bone so they're very tight and concise. But then go on the tangents and the yeah, that'd be good because I could make a video. I'm just trying to think because editing is a motherfucker. Anyone that's in this weird little hobby knows how bad it is to edit. It's just so time consuming. So if I edited stuff the way I want to make the video released, do you have live chat on? Yeah. Did I miss your comment, Scotty? How do you deal with that? I mean, heat, no AC. I'd build my house underground. Is that what you said? Yeah, so if tool reviews, that's a good idea. Yeah. Book reviews, that kind of thing. Nerd stuff. Yeah, good move. If I edit a video how I'd like to release it, sometimes it's an hour long. And I've just released them recently. But if I edit it how I'd like to release it, make that members only, then cut it literally down to the bone, like half an hour max, 20 minutes preferable, and that be the public video, that's probably a good move too. Because then the members would see the video before it was the shorter version was released, because it's less work to make the long one, ironically, because I dump all my footage into DaVinci and it's fucking massive. It's like 3-4 hours long. I edit out all the farts and ass scratching, and that brings it down to like an hour. And then that video is done. Release it, members, that moment. And then the next day or the next 2 days, I can edit down the real cut down one, because it's more work to edit it shorter, ironically. The shorter the video, the more work. A lot of people don't realize that. So then that one would come out after anyway. So the members have already watched their exclusive long format members only one, and then they wouldn't bother watching the new one anyway, the public one anyway. So they get early release and more detailed, and then to suck the new people in, they get shorter and more to the point, I guess. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Well, I've only thought of that now. Really like the lives. Yeah, lives. Maybe the non-guitar related lives, like when I'm just going for a walk and having a chat, because they don't do very well on the public channel anyway. But the problem is you want them to be open to as many people as possible, to have the chat as lively as possible. Video on common failures and fixes would be great. I guess I could dig out all my videos and edit them all together and have like a little 2 minutes on every amp, like a big master video on all the systemic problems with all the common amps. Pardon me. Any news for selling your replacement boards like the FYM 2000 in Europe? Yeah, just order them from my website, bro. Tube Amp Doctor or Tube Town would be a really good partner. Tube Town, okay. I mean, you can order them direct off my website. The shipping's only like, the shipping would be like 45 Australian dollars. Just jump on my website and have a look at what it actually costs when you enter your region, because the tax doesn't apply and the shipping will be accurate once you enter your region. Oliver, $10. Thanks, legend. Flesh84, best name on YouTube, $20. Thanks for the advice today. No worries, mate. And if you do find a model amp that you are interested in, just shoot me a line. You know my email. And I'll let you know if I know anything about it. If I don't, I'll be honest about that. But if I've seen it before and there's any weak points with it, I'll fucking let you know. So, champions, you remember these fucking things? They really fucked me over there for a while. Runaway Dissipation. Runaway Dissipation. It sounds like a song. Runaway Dissipation. Tube Amp Doctor Red Bass. Piece of shit vacuum tubes. They look good, but they are not. This one cooked its bass. Look at it. Blistered. More blistered than me after forgetting sunscreen at a music festival. Look at that. And cooked itself. Look at the fucking metallization there on the plate. That red plated like a bitch. And yeah, she's fucked. So why did that happen? Well, if you ask Tube Amp Doctor like I did, oh, that's really rare. I've never heard that happen before. That's crazy. Oldest story in the book, champions. Systemic fault, pretend it doesn't happen. Hope that your tech doesn't talk to anyone else that knows about the same problem. How fucking simplistic was that? I, of all people, they should have done a bit of vetting on and understood that I do have a network of techs globally. We all talk to each other, and we all know if there's a systemic problem with any product, including this one, in particular valves, because we all talk about what valves are good and shit. We thought these were a home run. Turns out they're not. They are all bias drift. And why is that? Well, the first thing they do is whinge about the amp. Say, oh, you must have set it up wrong. It's like, dude, I'm a full-time tech. Don't fucking give me that shit. next thing, talking to Rod Elliott, he mentioned conductive bases. You've got it, Lou Woods, Chris. He mentioned some phenolic resin Bakelite bases. Now, he, in true Rod Elliott fashion, I've got to open tabs of the stuff I want to talk about before I start stream. That's what I've seen other streamers do, and that's a very good way of doing things and working through the tabs. Valves, phenolic, what is it called? Bakelite. Valve circuit analysis. So, heat and vibration. Start reading from this chapter on, and Rod knows all about it. When we went to Tektronix, we discussed that, and I said, fuck, maybe that's the problem with the tube vent doctor valves. I should check that when I get home. And I did. And guess what I found? Conductive bases on the fucking red base series. So, although they said, oh, that's really weird. Yeah, no one else has had that problem. It must be you. No, it's fucking you. It's the red bases, you fuckheads. They're conductive. Blame me for your shit. Yeah. No, I know where I stand with Tube Amp Doctor now anyway. Let's just leave it at that. So they sent me new ones. Same problem. I said, why are you sending me new ones? They're just going to fail as well. He goes, oh, I can only send you the ones that have failed. I'm like, well, no. Replace the whole lot with a different series. And they're like, no, we'll just replace the ones with the same specs. So I had to send them photos of the label with the specs on the fucking bias setting label. They'd send me a new one with the same specs, and same shit happened again. I said, fuck this. I've had enough of you. I'm not buying anything from your company unless I absolutely have to. So, installation test. Let's go to 500 volts. All right, so that's currently live. And as you see, fuck all resistance. I mean, infinite resistance. Fuck all conductivity. Let's warm it up a little bit. So let's set the temp to 150. Pretty reasonable for a valve. And give it a bit of warmth. See what happens. So I've got the pins connected to, I've got pin 3 and 4 connected to each other, and then pin 5 on the negative terminal there. Alright, starting to see some movement. It's reduced a little bit. Bear in mind that's 150 degrees. It gets a lot hotter than that. Might be able to see the needle there. So yeah, she's gone up a bit. You can see. Continuing to rise. So that's 150. Let's go up to 200. Now she's really cooking. Look at that go. Let's go up to 1,000 volts. So yeah, at the moment that's at about 4 meg. That's 4 meg between the plate and the grid. At 1,000 volts, at 500, it's about, yeah, varying between 15 and 18 meg. But you take the heat away and she drops back down again. So what happens then is your as your grid leaks, it gets hotter. That makes it leak more. That makes it get hotter. That makes it leak more. That makes it get hotter. So, red base series at least. With that, whatever, I don't know if it's the colorant in the base, and maybe that's what's causing it. But clearly, these were never tested or vetted properly. because they would have picked that up, and that's unacceptable. Unacceptable! So, yeah. At least we know what it is now. And you think after 100 plus years of making valves we'd know how to do it, but nope. And again, all goes back to capital. Just don't test shit, just put it out the door, make money. I don't know. Until they answer themselves for that, I think, you know, this will be treated with, if they do watch a fucking long live stream, if I release a video on this, I'll be treated aggressively, because apparently pointing out a company for their wrongdoing is like a bad thing these days, and you shouldn't do it. You're supposed to just shut up, give them the money and die. That's what all corporations and companies want you to do. It seems that's what it feels like anyway. And if you bring up any objection to the quality of their product, then you know you need to be silenced. Yay! Yeah, they'll attack instead of fix. Well, their dishonest response when it first happened was enough to know I'm not going to get anywhere with these fuckwits, and having a whole planet between us means that not a hell of a lot I can do about it, so I just won't buy their products anymore if I can avoid it. Yeah. But, you know, again, they've covered that up. They haven't done a recall. They haven't told anyone about it, so there's people out there still buying them and promoting them. His company's promoting them. I'd suggest if any of you guys from vendors are watching this, pull their products, don't sell them. I mean, you would have already experienced issues with it, so you probably already have, but yeah. It sucks, and at the end of the day, the customer and the tech get penalised for supporting their products, and it's fucking bullshit. It's just such a Wild West environment at the moment, valve manufacturing and reliability. It sucks. Not going to get better though, I don't think. We'll see. I think China's just opened the Shugang factory again. Yeah, leaky Bakelite, Alan. Yeah, I mean, I could remove... I'll probably do a video on it. I'll try and temper my language and try not to be so angry. But I'm going to desolder the base from the valve itself. So I've just got the base and the pins. And just recreate the problem with just them. And like I say, that was a temperature controlled hot air gun. So in an amp, it's going to run away and get hotter and hotter and hotter, and then that'll make it leak more and more, and that's how you end up with the runaway bias and causing damage to your amplifier and everything. So that was pretty moderate temperatures, to be sure. Crap, hope they watch this. I kind of don't, because I'm not going to get anywhere with them. All I'm going to get is blowback. I'm doing it for you, champions. I don't give a fuck if they watch it, because they're not going to change their behaviour. It's so you can stay away from their products. We already know that the companies don't fucking listen to techs. They don't listen to any of us. Look at the way they've built shit for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. None of them listen to us. They just want us to shut up and go away. They want the customers to shut up and go away. But they want your money first. They want techs to just shut up and go away. This is why we love your lives, Brad. There you go, Joe. Anyway, champions, I've got to run. Thank you so much for joining us. And drill hole between pins. You shouldn't have to, Alan. Ideally, you could just replace the base. You could put a black base on there, you know, because you can desolder the bases and replace the bases. You can buy the bases themselves with the pins already swaged in. But you shouldn't have to. And by the time you know it's a problem, it's already happened. So what I'm going to do in the video is I'm going to do a comparison of different bases. The bases you can buy off the shelf from CE that you can replace them with. If you get a set of red base valves that you haven't used yet, just change the bases straight away. You might be right. There could be other underlying issues causing it as well inside the valve, but that's a pretty fucking big red flag. The old base conducting about 5 meg at 500 volts or 1000 volts. Anyway. No worries, Mum, will do. I'll give you a ring later on the way back. All right, take it easy, legends. Thanks for joining Lyle on his short stream, and thanks for joining this one, even though it was a bit off the cuff. But the sun's up now. That's nice. I'm going to go make a coffee for my darling wife, and then we're going to venture into the city and go get something nice to eat. Enjoy the sunshine. Take it easy, and I'll catch you on the edited videos I'm going to release this week. Oh, you just got here, Alan. That's all right. That's what the rewind button's for, buddy. No dramas. All right, legends. Take it easy. Have a beer for me, because I can't have one, or a whiskey. And tell me how good it tastes, just to torture me. See you, legends. Have a good one.